Welcome back to the second round of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. High stakes. We have two tire classes out here about to battle it out, but first we're going to get down with our 235 tire class guys. These guys have been practicing all day today after qualifying yesterday, but we still have a few drivers left to take their last stand at qualifying. Those 5 drivers we're collecting now and getting over to the grid. We're getting our track workers to reset our track, and I'll start introducing our judges today. Unless Sarah, it's Sarah. You're better at this than I am. You take over.
Mike, I don't agree, Mike, but I will. So we've got Reese Marin. Reese is a former Formula Drift driver. Hella qualified, runs a drift school, watches more drifting than anyone else, so more than qualified for the job. We also have Ricky Hoffman, another former Formula Drift driver, maybe a current. I don't know how his schedule's looking.
Nah, he's washed up.
And then we also have Chris Stevens, a returning judge from the last round. He's a regular here at Club Loose and an S-chassis driver himself, so I'm a big fan of his,
And let's not forget my beautiful host, Sarah, who's a ripper herself, hosts a plethora of things on the internet these days. So Sarah's joining me up here in the booth, and I'm Mike Prez. We'll be calling all the action here at the second round of the Gambler here at Raceways Park. Beautiful road course. We have a massive course here with a ton of zones, only a single inside clip and a reference box. But we'll get through that soon as we get some drones up in the air and our guys out on the field to their first qualifying, or their last chance to qualify here in the 235 tire class.
Yeah, we're doing something a little strange today. So we had about an hour of not so great weather yesterday during our 235 qualifying. So rather than let those drivers hang high and dry, for lack of a better word, we're going to let them do one more qualifying lap, and the top 2 drivers from that qualifying lap are going to advance to our 15th and 16th spots. So a last chance to sort of put some points on the board and get into the action here, Mike.
So once again, thank you guys for joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park. For you guys joining us on YouTube and Facebook, welcome from the comfort of your own homes, your cell phones. Maybe you're at work. I don't care. I'm not going to tell your boss, but thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park. If you are here live and in person, you guys are getting a special treat. Make sure you guys wander around through the paddock. Say hello to your favorite drivers here and their machines. We have a plethora of drivers from all over the country and even other countries coming down to compete today to take home the big checks. We have a ton of prizes for both classes, our 235 and our unlimited tire class, the high roller. These guys is a run what you brung with rocket ships underneath their butts. They are ready to party today. I am looking forward to watching those guys battle out later, but first we're going to get those last man standing. So as I said again, it looks like we have all our drivers out on the grid, but I'm going to yell at all our drivers anyway. If you are driving in the 235 tire class, this is your call. The doctor needs you. Please report to the burnout box and get yourself ready. It's battle time. Well, once again, a big thank you to our track staff that are out there resetting our course. All 6 outside zones, that single inside clip on the beautiful road course here at Raceway Park. We got the dirt bikes racing in the background. You guys will probably get some cool drone shots floating around, checking that stuff out. But our focus here today at the start is going to be these 235 guys. These guys saw severe weather for about an hour during their qualifying, so we're giving them this last chance opportunity to get into the show. There's only got 2 spots left, and we got 5 drivers out there, so they're going to have to battle it out for those last 2 to see who's going to have a chance to get onto the box to take home the big money today. All right, we're making sure our judges on here have all the tools they need to be able to get qualifying started. We're getting them set up with a live stream, the same live stream you guys are seeing at home. If you guys are joining us here live and in person at Raceway, thank you for joining us here. We're glad to have you out in the beautiful sunshine here in New Jersey. But you guys can also see those cool drone shots that our media team is putting together and getting out there. They are working super hard with what looks like a massive dinosaur flying through the sky. I'm looking forward to watching these guys operate and showcasing what they're capable of, as why these guys are out here showcasing what they're capable of, and to the important people up here that's going to give them the access to the show. All right, it looks like we're going to get our first qualifying last chance qualifier into the box. It appears to have Adam Daniels in that E36 convertible, the smoke machine itself, working its tires, warming them up, getting it up to an operating temperature of his satisfaction. Once he's done, he'll grid up next to our grid workers, and we'll send him for his very last chance to get into this 235 tire class show here happening now at the second round of the Gambler High Stakes. It appears our judges are ready. The lights are illuminated on that repurposed drag tree, and he takes it away for his last chance here. Adam Daniels needs to put some points on the board, and some good ones. He's got to beat out 4 other drivers for his only 2 spots left in the show. Daniels doing a great job getting into outside zone 1, nice and deep. That E36 hanging off the backside of the asphalt as he works into outside zone 2. A little stab of the left foot to get the car down the hill as he works his way to outside 3 over the inside clip and clicks out. Sarah's favorite outside zone, outside 4. Daniels does what he needs to do, clicks back up into the hairpin. Definitely a weather playing into a factor of his double zeros from yesterday, as Daniels looking like a weapon out here, going through the people's corner over the reference box and back up out to the outside zone number 6. And a strong finish from Adam Daniels for his first and only last chance qualifying lap. For you guys that are new to the Gambler, or for you just joining us, these zones, these boxes that are painted out on the roadway here, the road course at the road course here at Raceway Park. There was a lot of R's in that sentence. Anyway, the boxes painted on the zones are where we need those drivers to put that vehicle. The rear axle of that car is going to have to be, that rear axle of that car is going to have to stay in that zone for its entirety as they work their way through the track. I can't even do it, and these guys have to do it. So here we go in the second qualifying of the last chance here. May taking his last chance qualifier. It appears that he gets into outside 1, a little off throttle, but gets back on it. Started giving it back to the sauce as he clicks back into outside 2. May doing a good job controlling the BMW, momentum going out to outside 3. Starting to really put the power down now as he makes sure he lands in the outside 4. May rotates to outside 5. The people's corner, got to keep it out of the dirt and all the asphalt. He's doing a good job. Completes that zone, checks it off. Goes right over that reference point. And back up to the outside zone number 6. A little love tap on the wall to finish her off strong. Adam Daniels with an 84. Adam Daniels with an 8-4. May with a 77. May with a 77. As we get right back into our next driver. Dennis taking his last chance qualifying lap. Working his way through outside zone number 1. Checks off outside 2. He's got to rotate down the hill into outside 3. Dennis looks composed. Got to go work his way over the bumps through the center section over that first and only inside clip. Dennis gets into outside 4 just like he should. Maybe pulling away a little early to set himself up for outside 5. I know he clutch kicks the hell out of that thing, so he's really working that E46 through the track here. Back down to that reference point and back up to outside zone number 6. We'll have to go to our judges for Dennis's final qualifying score, where he'll have to beat out the other 4 drivers for the last 2 spots. Dennis with an 80. Dennis pulling an 80 out on his last chance qualifier. All right, here comes Ben back out in his D. Initiates in for his last chance at qualifying here. Zislin needs to put on a show for the judges to make sure he checks off their checklist. That was a big hurdle for Ben. Holding his composure past the inside clip. Clicks into outside 4. Needs to hold into it. Doing a good job out of Ben as he rotates into outside 5. The people's corner right in front of the bleachers here at Raceway Park. That DQ singing us its sweet. Horrible song of the VQ, but Ben's putting down a lap that's going to get him a qualifying score for sure. It's in the judges' hands now. We have one driver left to take his last chance qualifier. Troy Smith sitting in there in one of the borrowed Smoking Cowboys cars. Hopefully it makes all the right smoke. Got Ben with an 81. Ben Zislin with an 81. And here goes our last driver for their last chance of qualifying, Troy Smith, in a borrowed vehicle. I believe a borrowed vehicle. I really can make up whatever I want about Troy Smith. He's a great guy. Works very hard. 9 to 5. Owns 8 McDonald's. Troy Smith just on the edge of outside zone number 4. Needs to get inside the box of outside 5 and just shy off the line. Definitely not what we want to see out of 5 there, but Troy still has a chance over the reference point, over through the last outside zone, number 6. Nice and high off the bank. Unfortunately, now we're going to want to see from the positioning of the vehicle, but it does sound like the engine is not cooperating with him. So a good showing from Troy Smith, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be enough to put him into the show, but that's not my job. We have to rely on the judges for that. Just a reminder, we had 5 drivers with a last chance qualifying run. Only 5 drivers and only 2 of them are going to get a spot into the show. The 15th and 16th positions on the bracket are still open as our judges finish doing the math. And Troy Smith with the 57, a 57 for Smith. And with that, that means that Adam Daniels will be awarded the 15th spot. Adam Daniels with that first of 1 of 2 spots left in the show.
And by 1 point, the 16th and final qualifier is Ben Zislin, beating out Joshua Dennis by 1 point. A great showing here today, guys. Thanks for showing up to that LCQ. And we're going to give our drivers a quick 5-minute break and then roll into the top 16.
This would be a great time for me to ramble again and try to do much better about the track here at Raceway Park. This beautiful road course is a massive, massive track. There is a ton of real estate for our drivers to both make mistakes and make up for mistakes. A friendly reminder to our drivers out here, each zone is judged individually and equally. So our judges are looking to make sure that you're doing what you need to do in the lead position. As we go over that, you guys can see the raceway. I assume you can see the raceway. And the outside zones painted on the track there is where we need the rear axle of the car to stay the entirety of that zone. That box needs to have those tires in it the entire time as they transition smoothly and confidently from one zone to the next. The front inside clip is the only one in existence on this road course. It is singly there in that straight ahead to give them a reference where they need to put the front end of their car so it's a predictable for their chase drivers as they dump it into that big dump into outside 4, Sarah's favorite corner. We are going to make fun of you if you miss outside 4. That brings us up to the hairpin right in front of the bleachers and the judges stand and myself. That's the people's corner. That's where people get into the dirt. There's chunks of asphalt. We have lost wheels, but this is where it gets rowdy, and this is that last chance, that final dive over that weird box painted over, which is the reference point. That reference point is there for our drivers and our judges to have an understanding of what we would like to see their vehicle do. As they work up into the last danger zone, that Raceway Park logo gets smeared off almost every round up on the bank wall for outside zone number 6. Those drivers then have to stay committed over the finish line and no drifting through the backtrack, please. Thank you guys for your patience and joining us here at Raceway Park for the second round of the Gambler High Stakes. We have our 235 top 16 about to go down here. We have our drivers ready, sorted, picked, and they're ready for battle. But that's not it. We're going to have our high roller, the unlimited tire, a run what you brung style rocket ship. Those guys are going to be battling it out after these 235s shortly after. So make sure you guys stick around and we'll announce all our winners at our award ceremony after. If you guys are hanging out here at Raceway Park in the beautiful sunshine, I know the wind just picked up. It's gorgeous out here. Wander around the pit, say hello to your favorite car. They are nice people. Well, many of them don't bite, but they are nice people. Go say hello, give them the praise, show them that you appreciate them going out and putting on a show for you, and also wander through, stop in by the grease truck, and stop into Sneaky Pete's bar where you can get a cocktail on a special. I suggest the pineapple payout while supplies last, and then work your way back to the seat, and we'll get right down to it to get the 235 tire battle started. All right, once again, thank you guys for joining us here for the second round of the Gambler High Stakes. We're here on the road course at Raceway Park. If you guys are joining us here live and in person, thank you for enjoying this sunshine with us. If you guys are joining us on both Facebook and YouTube, thank you for coming in and watching this show. These drivers are ready, locked, and loaded to basically destroy their stuff just for your entertainment. We have our first battle drivers back on the grid. We're about to send them into the burnout box to warm up their tires, and then we're going to get this 235 battles underway. So this is your warning. Grab your snacks, grab your cocktails, head over to the couch or the bleachers, and let's get it down to it.
We have Ben Zislin warming his tires up in the warm-up pit. You just saw him race his way in a last chance qualifier after double zeroing in the rain yesterday. So this man really fought his way in for that last and final 15th spot, beating out the previous driver by just 1 point. But that means he gets to move on and go up against our number one qualifier, Smokin' Cowboy Kevin Rosalski.
Kevin is no stranger from the box. I believe he showed up randomly one round and just dominated.
Yeah,
He just showed up, and then it's just been that. It's been that story every time.
He shows up with a crew, a family. They make signs. They're very excited. They bring the good vibes that we like to see from drifting. So teams are greatly appreciated.
They bring a sort of rivalry stuff I like. I really just want to see a fist fight at the bottom of the bleachers today. For you guys joining us online, thank you for joining us and watching this show. This is the second round of the Gambler High Stakes. You guys are getting a drone shot of the backside of the grid. Our drivers are getting locked up and loaded. We're waiting for Ben Zislin to lock into the grid. Kevin already in that lead position. Looks like Ben chose a strategic chase position there. Weird flex because it got so much room to outside zone number one, but whatever suits your needs, bud. As we go into our first half of the battle, as Zislin has to put it on the doors, Kevin works into outside zone number one. Ben's doing a good job, but Kevin's starting to walk away as he's going through the checklist. Rotates out to outside zone number two. Road comes down the hills. Kevin's doing a good job, clicks out outside three. Zislin needs to close that proximity, but doing a good job mimicking the car, going out into outside zone number four. This is where they're gonna make Sarah mad or not, but Kevin's doing a good job, super deep, and Zislin giving him the space to work his way into that final hairpin here, right in front of his fans. Zislin, good proximity and good hold behind him as Kevin works his way up into that final bank and across the finish line for both drivers. A great start for the first half of the battle here in the 235 class. Definitely looking forward to the rest of them.
Oh yeah, a good way to start the day. We can see the replay here. Kevin entering just about that 2 cone, which is fine. You have until the 3 cone to enter. Doing a good job with outer zone number 1 and 2. He's really moving as he comes down the hill, fully filling outer zone number 3. The one and only inner clip on the track, he does fine there as well. And my favorite zone, outer zone number 4. He's getting to the edge, if not maybe even 1 tire off, which is completely fine. before rounding it out to the people's corner of outer zone number 5. Now they're moving across a box you'll see on the track that is not a scored spot. It's a reference point for the judges that basically just shows us how prepared the drivers are to transition into the bank. Of course, we see them both finishing strong here, but in the chase position, there's something to be said for Zizlin being able to keep up and for the most part put it within proximity on Rosalski, our number 1 qualifier. So right now we're going to flip him around and we're going to let Zizlin chase and Zizlin lead and Rosalski chase.
It's quite the tongue twisters out here. We should give everybody nicknames so we can just make them up and I don't have to remember everybody's full government names. But here we go with the second half of the battle as Zizlin takes his lead. Rosalski to chase. Both drivers click in well before the last initiation point. Ben getting nice and deep in outside 1, but that's where Rosalski falls into proximity now as they're right on the door of that 350Z as they work into outside zone number 2. Zizlin doing a good job. Rosalski starts to bark as they work their way down the hill into outside zone number 3. Rosalski definitely showing the aggression from the backside, but Zizlin's not wavering as he works his way into outside zone number 4. Rosalski still on the backside of that 350Z as both drivers work their way into outside 5. Ben doing a good job. Kevin being super patient right to the side of the 350Z, and both drivers work their way down to the reference point and back up that last outside zone. Zizlin nice and high, and Rosalski a little bit of a bobble there.
Uh-oh.
Definitely not going to be good.
Oh boy, well the judges are going to have to take a closer look at that, and I was about to speak too soon and say Kevin was absolutely dominating the chase, but there was a mistake that we saw in that last outer zone, so the judges are going to take a closer look at that, and they can with the replays going side by side here where we can see how each driver performed in the lead and the chase. As you guys can see at home, obviously there's a ton more proximity with Kevin in the chase than with Ben. But again, we are going to look at that error. We want either driver cannot straighten, cannot fall out of drift because that would technically be a 0. So the judges are going to take a look at that, deliberate right now as we speak before we announce a winner.
If you guys are not logged into our live stream on both YouTube and Facebook, make sure you get it. You get the bird's eye view. We have a side-by-side of both laps going on. So even if you're here at the Raceway, log on, see what's going on. It's part of the experience. And just a heads up for your drivers and your spotters, it is a fantastic tool for you to get every inch out of this course here today. But it looks like we're ready for our next battle. We have Rich Whiteman versus Steve Facenda.
Yeah, it is a great tool. The live stream is from the drone. So a lot of times you'll hear the judges make a call and be like, why did they say that? This drone view will give you a lot more information on the battle. Maybe something weird happened that you can't catch with your eye. Pull up that live stream and you get to see exactly what the judge is looking at right now.
It is literally the same screen. We are watching exactly what you are watching, and we're trying to do everything at the same time. Just as these drivers are now being demanded, they have to navigate through this course, check off the checklist for the judges in the lead, while having some maniac behind them chase them down. Our next battle on the line, speaking of maniacs, that's my dad, Rich Whiteman. A big happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Rich isn't actually my father, but he's my track dad. More so by association, thanks to his lovely wife who takes care of me. Thank you. But a shout to all fathers out there. I have my nephew in my lap. My brother's over here. He's a father. We're all having a good time. Thank you for joining us. Are we ready to go so I can stop rambling now?
We are. We do have a decision on the first battle. It will be a one more time. The judges were split on this decision. From the most part, it sounded like they both need to clean it up a little bit. There was errors on both parts. The judges were very split. So maybe take your cars back to the pit, get it together, come out here and just show us a better run, and hopefully we'll have a winner.
Hey, that's more bang for the buck for you guys for here and at home. So it looks like we're going to get our next battle ready to go. It looks like these drivers have been patiently icing themselves on the grid, waiting for the lights to illuminate. Rich Whiteman piloting that S13 Sylvia with an SR20 under the hood. Steve Facenda, I believe, is also SR. No, he's Jay-Z.
I think he's Jay-Z, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, he's Jay-Z.
The crowd is saying TJ.
He's made bad decisions before. We all have. Everyone's SR20 at least once.
I personally have never SR20, Michael.
Yeah, you're a V8 girl through and through. And here we go. The second battle of the 235 class at round 2. High stakes as Rich Whiteman initiates well before that last initiation point. Steve Facenda and his S13 right behind us. Both drivers have to get closer, working out to outside zone number 1. Rich doing a great job checking off that first outside zone, going into outside 2. Facenda's trying to get a little stabby there as he's trying to clean up that proximity down the hill, going into outside 3. Whiteman doing a great job transitioning towards that first and only inside clip. Facenda sticking it to the door now as Whiteman's deep into outside 4, making Sarah very happy. So Facenda gives him a little bit of room. Back off to outside zone number 5, the People's Corner. Rich Whiteman doing a great job to give the real estate. A little pops and bangs from the SR as they work their way up the bank. Facenda still on the backside, but Rich doing a classic, great job in the lead.
What a fantastic battle from some Club Loose regulars, longtime drivers here at this track. We knew they were going to put on a great show, and Rich really starts off strong, entering in just the perfect spot, well within the range to enter, doing a great job with the first outer zone. I would have liked him to go a little bit deeper in outer zone 2, but he definitely makes up for it in 3. Perfect job on that inner clip as he comes around to my corner, and you know what? Is a great job. It's textbook. That's how all drivers should be running outer zone number 4. It is a tricky one. I personally think that's probably the hardest turn on the track because you have so much speed in the center section and you have to then back it down slightly to be able to get into outer zone number 4. So I give props for doing that zone well. Obviously, outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. Everyone can see that front and center. Rich did a great job there, but Steve's right on his door in the chase position, so I'm excited to see him go again.
We're going to flip those drivers around. Steve now in that lead position, getting chased down by Rich Whiteman in his coupe. Waiting for the drag lights to illuminate on our repurposed drag tree. All right, it looks like our judges and track are ready. The lights are illuminated on the drag tree. Here we go. The second half of the battle as Steve takes the lead. Rich the chase. Both drivers initiate well before our last initiation point, going into outside zone number 1. Steve doing a good job of getting where he needs to be, but Rich Whiteman's right on the backside of his coupe. Both these S13s work their way into outside zone number 2. Rich Whiteman's barking on the side of Steve Facenda's S13 as they work their way down the hill. Rich doing a great job holding his composure. Steve giving him the real estate to play in as both drivers work their way through that first and only inside clip. Rich almost making contact as Facenda with a slow transition to outside 4. Rich right on the backside of the bumper as Steve Facenda as they work their way into outside 5. Facenda doing a great job, but Rich Whiteman can't be shook. He's right behind Steve, working their way to the last outside zone. Both these men are not fearful of this bank wall here at Raceway Park and finish off super strong. But a dominating performance from Rich Whiteman in that chase position. But let's not forget, you need a solid lead real estate to be able to do that. All right, we do have a winner of that battle. Rich Whiteman will take the win and move on into the top 8.
Yeah, I think it just came down to Rich Whiteman just super aggressive in the chase and even slightly more aggressive in the lead run as well. I think the judges were really splitting hairs when it comes down to it, but I think Rich came out slightly on top.
Well, that's why I enjoy talking into the stick, so I don't have to do the math. If you guys are just joining us online on YouTube and Facebook, we are just concluded our second battle here where Rich Whiteman took the win moving into the top 8. Our first battle between Rosalski and Zisling went into a one more time. Those drivers are going to have to go back and we're going to run it again. This is the 235 tire class drivers. These drivers are restricted to a 235 millimeter tire and nothing more. Any car goes. I don't care the horsepower. Bring whatever you brought, but you can only put a 235 millimeter rubber band underneath the backside. But we do have something for you lunatics. That's the high roller class, the unlimited tire. Brung what you brung. Riding rocket ships. Those guys are out here to throw down with a ton of speed and grip in their machine. And honestly, it's already been a great time watching them through practice, so you guys are going to want to stick around for that. But right now, we're getting back into what appears to be our one more time battle.
Actually, so we were about to go into the one more time battle, but Ben Zislin called his 5-minute timeout. It appears his machine is getting a bit hot. So he has called his 5-minute competition timeout to let that cool down. So we are going to move on to Meyer and Ravert.
Yeah, it's a shame to see that Ben had to call that competition 5. That machine has been taking a licking ever since he's been qualifying yesterday, warm up today, and then he got his last chance qualifier where he had to go directly into a battle where he's going up against the first place qualifier. One of them smoking cowboys, Rosalski, sitting with that P1 in that 235 tire class, is now in a one more time battle situation with our 16 qualifier, Zislin. But his machine need to take a break. He's going to take that comp 5 and he'll return back out to the grid. So it looks like we're going to pull up our next set of drivers. One of those drivers holding on to that Drift HQ, let it ride chip. Chris Meyer already locked into his grid position, going up against Jimmy Revert.
And away we go for this battle. We have Chris Meyer, who qualified slightly higher. He's going to lead, and Ray Vert will chase. Chris is always a super aggressive driver with that LS under the hood of his E46, but Ray Vert is no stranger to competition, also piloting a V8, and as you can see, he's being super aggressive, chasing Chris Meyer as they come down the hill in outer zone number 3. Across that inner clip, they're still super close to one another, but Chris is zooming as into that 4th outer zone. Nice job there as we come around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Chris putting it right on the edge of outer zone number 5 as they scream across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Give it up, guys.
If you guys are joining us on our live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube, you guys are seeing Chris Meyer take his lead lap through the road course here at round 2, high stakes of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. Jimmy Revert right behind him, nice and tight to the bumper, the backside of that E46 as they work into outside zone number 4. Meyer's nice and deep, but Jimmy's right behind him as they work and flick into outside 5. Chris Meyer's nice and deep. Jimmy got into that zone super late. Bud was holding proximity, trying to make up for that tiny mistake as he goes over the reference point. As Chris Meyer's doing a great job checking off the boxes, but Jimmy trying to hold that proximity and get aggressive to finish off strong. We're going to flip those drivers back around, and now we got Jimmy back up on the line, taking the lead, going up against Chris.
All right, the lights are out and away we go. Jimmy Ray Vert is going to lead and Chris Meyer will chase. Jimmy entering super early, well before that one of the 3-2-1 cone. Entering into the first outer zone. He's all the way at the edge of the zone. He's on his door.
Chris is doing a great job. Sorry, Sarah's mic dropped out. I'll take over. But Jimmy's doing a great job in the lead, but Chris Meyer's shortly behind him. Chris Meyer's barking at the backside of that S13 as they work their into outside 4. Chris Meyer's right behind Jimmy's S13 as they come up into 5. A great transition out of Meyer. Jimmy getting a little deep into outside 5. But Chris Meyer's patient right on the side. Jumps over that reference point, back up to the bank. Jimmy needs to keep it off. There's no dirt over there, and he does a great job to finish off nice and strong, but Chris Meyer is shortly behind him.
All right, we're going to get a replay. We're going to get these runs side by side now.
All right, we're going to get these runs side by side. If you're joining us on the live stream, Facebook and YouTube, you get to see Chris Meyer taking his lead on the left with Jimmy taking the lead on the right. Our judges do have a winner, and it looks like Chris Meyer will move into the top 8. Chris Meyer takes the win, doubling the value of that Drift HQ chip.
I believe now that Ben has had the time to cool his machine and take his competition time out, we will run the one more time battle between Ben and Kevin.
All right, so it looks like our drivers are eager. So instead of that one more time battle, we're still collecting Ben and Rosalski to get that one more time battle underway. Instead, we're going to send Chris Knapp going up against Colin Crosette. Also holding on to that South Bay fuel injectors. Let it ride chip. Colin looks to double that, but he has to take out Chris Knapp, who's playing double duty in both tire classes, both the 235 and the high roller, as both drivers doing a great job, and Chris giving a great lead, but Colin's barking at the side of that 1 Series. This is not Chris Knapp's normal vehicle. He's bothering this from his father, maybe a little Father's Day tradition from now on, but Chris out here competing and doing a great job in the lead as he's checking it off, but Colin cannot be shaken, jumping that G35 through the smoke, as Chris trying to do a great job through the outside 5, but Colin's right in his window, making sure his presence is known as both drivers shoot up the bank. Colin's right on the backside, knowing he can be confident behind Knapp's 1 Series, and finishes off super strong.
Wow, what a chase. He came to win.
I mean, if you're going to follow anybody with confidence here, it would be that guy. And Chris Knapp showcased why he runs East Coast Drift School out of here. If you guys ever check it out on social media, he is the guy that you're going to talk to. That guy is now dialing himself in to the point where he's looking solid in the lead, but he has a hard battle to try to shake Colin. And now it's Colin's turn to get that lead position. It's his try now to give all the real estate for Chris to work with. So we need to see some aggression out of his app because Colin put it there.
Colin set the bar really high, Mike. So Chris have to be on point in the chase position in order to take this win here.
And here we go, second half of the battle where Colin's going to have to take that lead going up against Chris Knapp. In that 1 Series BMW, Colin, that G35 initiates, Knapp shortly behind him as both drivers work their way into our first judge zone. Colin doing a great job getting nice and deep. Chris Knapp shortly behind him. A run mimicking Colin's as they exit outside 1 going to outside 2. Colin doing a great job in the lead. Knapp needs to get a little aggressive now as they're working the outside 3 as Colin's starting to walk away from this 1 Series as they rotate past that inner clip. Chris Knapp trying to close that gap up now. He's going to close it real tight up at the outside 4 as Colin's G35 rotates into outside 5. Knapp making another aggressive move, right? Sticks to the side of the G35 of Colin, but Colin putting the power down. I believe a Jay-Z power underneath the hood of that G35 as they flick up at that last and final zone. Knapp still on the side as Colin, definitely making it difficult for our panel of judges here today.
What a battle. It's already exciting. I'm loving it up here today.
It's just the 235 tire dudes. Like, we didn't even give the rocket ship boys out yet.
I know. I've said it before. I know there's a huge difference between tire sizes, between how the cars perform, but you can't say that one class is more aggressive than the other because these guys are out here dooring each other, putting on a show. So,
if you guys are not, and you are joining us here live at Raceway Park, join our live stream. You guys are seeing both of these runs side by side, and both these dudes smacking door handles together like they've been hanging out since children.
yeah, and if you are in the live stream, go ahead and comment your favorite driver, comment who you want to win, and we'll respond to some comments in the live stream. And we have a winner. And our first upset, Colin Crissette is going to get the win. Colin Crissette gets the win, doubling his South Bay Fuel Injectors token. Congratulations, Colin.
Definitely a big congrats to Colin as he moves into the top 8, but that doesn't conclude Chris's weekend. He's also competing in the high roller unlimited tire with this same exact car. So now Chris gets to go back to the pit, swap on the big boy rubber, and then come back out and try again.
I believe we will finally at that one more time battle from the bracket.
All right. We have Zislin back on the line, going up against Rosalski. Rosalski now in that one more time position, has to do a lead again. Both drivers work their way down as Ben is aggressively on the side of that BMW well before even a judge zone, and he's already locked in as Rosalski starts to walk away as Ben wobbles it through outside zone number 1. Rosalski now with a gap works his way through 2. Ben holding that position now, but can't quite reel Rosalski back in after that little bobble through outside 1. Rosalski doing a good job through that inner clip. Ben trying to make up the real estate now as they dump it to outside 4, knowing he can use that vehicle speed and momentum to close it is. And there it is as Colin's doing a great job to snap to the side of Kevin's BMW as the Smoking Cowboys with their signs in the air cheering their boy on. And Ben's right behind the BMW. Kevin up into the bank wall. And a solid finish here of the first half of the one more time battle between Kevin Rosalski and Ben Zislin. All right, if you're unfamiliar for drifting, we bring them back and we flip them around. So now it's Rosalski's turn to take the chase. He's got to chase down the wild man himself, Ben Zislin. Ben's been setting records all day.
I mean, from the first run, it looks like Ben's car is more than fit for competition. So it looks like taking that competition 5 was a really good choice by him and his team. And away we go. Here we're going to go for the second part of the battle for this one more time battle against Ben and Kevin. Ben is going to lead, entering well before that 3 of the 3-2-1 cone. Coming into outer zone number 1. Fully feeling that zone. You can hear him pedaling all the way through there to outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill, Kevin is right on his door, though. He's not letting him get an inch on him there. Coming into outer zone number 4. This is going to be really important, and he's in the zone. Nice job as they come around to slow it down for the People's Corner, outer zone number 5. Ben is right at the edge of that zone, doing a great job, but Kevin is absolutely reeling him in there as they transfer up to that final outer zone of the bank turn. Kevin putting it on his door. Nice job, guys.
That was a confident flick out of Ben into that last outside zone, giving plenty of real estate, and you could see that from Rosalski's BMW. But nonetheless, Rosalski all over the side of that 350Z throughout our course here at Raceway Park. If you guys are joining us home, you get the side-by-side. You can see both these runs where Rosalski taking his lead to his BMW. You can see that little bobble from Ben in that chase really just set a gap that he had to clean up, and he didn't clean it up until outside 4. Rosalski now already pinned and in position through majority of the road course here. This is definitely a great battle here, but it shows it takes just a small mistake, but there is plenty of space here to come back and make it up. It is not over through one little hiccup, and these guys have been battling it out to showcase that. And we do have a winner. Kevin Rosalski gets the win. The Smoking Cowboys are in the 8.
We are going to move on to the other side of the bracket now to run Adam Daniels, another one of our last chance qualifiers. Lapore will go against Adam Daniels.
All right, thank you guys for our patience. We have our next drivers on the line ready to go. Daniels, one of the last chance qualifiers, taking that last position here. One of the 2, knocking out 3 other drivers from comp. Going Lapore.
So we can take a second here to talk about what our judges are looking for from our drivers. We're looking for the lead driver to put down that 100 run and the chase driver to use the lead driver as a moving clipping point. So the jobs are laid out for them and they just got to do what they need to do.
All right, here we go, right into the battle here. Lapore's Mustang taking that lead position, going into outside 1, nice and deep. A confident drive in, giving Adam Daniels plenty of real estate to drive right behind him, trying to chip off the paint of that Mustang as they work into outside zone number 2. Daniels starting to get barkies that come down the hill. Lapore doing a good job taking out the backside of the cones out of the outside zone with the backside of his Mustang, which is allowed. We wouldn't need the rear axle in that zone as they work in the outside zone number 4. Adam Daniels starting to clean up that proximity now as they flick back into the People's Corner outside 5. And Daniels really now starting to put the pressure on as they start to leave into the bank. That last and final zone over the reference point. Adams a little falling behind of Lapore's Mustang, but both drivers finishing off nice and strong across the finish line. Once again, if you guys are joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park, make sure you guys stop by the grease truck, grab a snack, and stop in the Sneaky Pete's bar, our trackside bar here right next to the road course. Don't worry, the live stream should be on in the bar. Order your drink. We have plenty of cocktail special. I suggest the pineapple payout. Make sure you tip your bartenders and say hello to everybody, and also be friendly. If you have your dogs out here, we welcome your pooch. Make sure they stay on a leash. Pick up their poop, please, because I don't want to step in it. But also make sure they take care of their paws and watch the asphalt temperature.
All right, the lights are out, and away we go for the second half of this battle. This time, Adam Daniels is going to lead, and Lapore will chase. Adam Daniels entering looking super confident, but Lapore is knocking on his door as they come through outer zone number 1. Daniels doing a great job at filling that zone, and as they come through second outer zone and down the hill, doing a great job with their respective positions. This time, Adam Daniels is bringing in a ton of speed into outer zone number 4. Maybe a little correction there that seems to throw off Lapore as they come into outer zone number 5, right in front of the stands. That's why we call it the People's Corner. Coming across that reference point and transitioning up into outer zone number 5 of the bank turn.
All right, we do have a winner. Adam Daniels is going to get the win. Adam Daniels moving into the top 8. A great showing from Daniels as being that one of those last chance qualifiers. He was one of the few men that got the last positions in. We had 5 drivers that got severe weather in the last half of qualifying for 235 class yesterday. We allowed them a last chance qualifier this morning. Adam Daniels being one of those drivers now winning a position into the top 8.
We love a good upset. We love a good comeback. His car was actually broken yesterday, which is why he had to take a borrowed car. And obviously with not a ton of laps under his belt for that car, he made a mistake, earning himself a 0. But the good news is he spent all night, him and his crew, fixing that car and was able to move on today. So, but here we go. We're going to send our next battle.
We have the man himself, Chelsea Denofa, piloting that Fox body, going into outside 1, almost getting putzed right off the bat. And then nonetheless, Justin Cole right behind him. The man, the myth, the legend, Putz, that needs no introduction, chasing down Chelsea Denofa into outside 3. Denofa doing a great job. A lot of control underneath this Mustang. A ton of suspension technology has gone into this thing. This thing is a groover, and you can showcase it here as Chelsea's going through the checklist for our judges, as Justin needs to make up for those mistakes through outside zone number 1. A solid lap out of Chelsea Denofa and his Fox body, taking that lead position. Definitely what the judges would like to see. But Putz making a major error into outside zone number 1.
Yeah, that's going to have Chelsea at the advantage there in his EcoBoost Fox body, but the man's got so many laps under his belt that he's smooth out there. He's always smooth.
Yeah, anybody that's ever competed before knows that there's a lot of mental that comes out here. It's not only you and your machine that need to know what to do, when to do it, but there's also a thought process. You need to keep yourself calm. Chelsea has definitely seen a ton of battle time, so I don't think Putz is scaring him that much, but I think after that quick stab, he might be shaking a little bit.
And to answer some questions that we got this is the 235 class up right now. This is the 235 bracket. We will run the High Roller Unlimited after this.
So if you are just joining us both here live at Raceway Park and on the live stream on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us here at the beautiful road course here in Englishtown, New Jersey. Or Old Bridge. Technically, it's Old Bridge, yeah. Oh, that's why everyone calls it Englishtown, because we all mess it up. But we got our drivers back up to the line. Chelsea Denofa now in that chase position, piloting that Fox body, going up against Justin Cole, Putz, in the E36 truck. And here we go, Putz now taking the lead, Chelsea Denofa taking the chase. Putz doing exactly what he needs to do, getting into outside 1, and maybe a tad late, but Chelsea Denofa right there, patiently waiting for them to make a move into outside 2. Putz doing a good job keeping that E36 together now with a little bobble with outside one chasing Denofa, but Denofa giving him plenty of space to work his way through inside clip. Denofa now making his move into outside 4, knowing there's going to be a big shove of momentum going down into the people's corner hairpin. Putz doing a great job. Denofa backing off a little bit to let the E36 rotate as Putz clears off checklist outside zone number 5. It's Denofa still right there on the backside of E36. Knowing it was a major mistake in the back, Chelsea taking a safe chase run behind the wild man himself, Putz, crossing over the finish line. It's definitely a wise move from that camp.
Yeah, I even think Putz might have gotten a portion of the wall there towards the end. He was going hard, but I don't know if it'll be enough to upset Chelsea.
And we do have a winner. Unfortunately, that mistake out of Putz is going to give the win to Chelsea. Denofa and his Fox body. He's going to move on to the top 8, where he'll see battle against Adam Daniels. Denofa just can't run away from these ruthless E36s. Our next drivers are up on the line. Cohen taking that chase position. Going up against Patrick Gooden, piloting that new car, that S13 sitting in the lead.
Is no stranger to competition himself, coming from Formula Drift. He's super smooth. That's our favorite passionate Pat. He's up on the line. He will be leading Cohen.
All right, thank you guys for your patience. Once again, our judges are deliberating over a protest. They are fine-tooth combing over the footage as we speak. So once again, thank you for your patience. This would be a good time to go grab a snack from the grease truck or stop into Sneaky Pete's bar, grab a cocktail, make sure you tip your bartender, and we'll get right back to the action here where Pat Gooden goes up against Joshua Cohen. All right, now that I've made you get up and stretch your legs, sit back down because we're ready to get back into the battle here as Pat Gooden takes his lead up against Cohen in his 350Z. Both drivers are working their way down this massive road course here at Raceway Park, and Gooden initiates well before our last initiation point, and Cohen putting the pressure on now, but a major mistake out of Cohen in the chase, getting stabby through outside 1. Definitely didn't want to punch Gooden's door through as he works into outside zone number 2. Gooden holding his composure as he works his way down the hill to outside 3. Cohen falling back into position now, hoping that Gooden makes a major mistake to avoid a catastrophe taking his lead lap in the next lap, but Gooden doing what he needs to do, checking off the checklist here, maybe a tad shy off a 4, and Cohen getting aggressive, making contact, but doesn't even phase Gooden as he's just finishing off his lap as if nothing happened. It's like he never left.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably super aggressive in order to make up for that error in the beginning. But unfortunately, when you're coming into outer number 5, you do need to give the lead driver, some room to transition, because that is a zone that you're allowed to slow your momentum down slightly. The hairpin's a very slow corner, so Pat is well within his rules to be able to slow down and then do that corner. So unfortunately, Cohen just didn't give him enough room, and that's drifting for you.
We do commend trying to the aggression of fixing your mistakes, but there is a line in the sand, and it's contact.
Yep.
Right, Ricky?
Ricky loves contact.
Ricky loves contact.
Actually, I think you two contacted in that exact turn. It was pretty famous, if I remember.
Don't know what you're talking about.
does. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so we got our drivers now circled back around. Pat Gooden's going to have to take that chase position already with a confident lead lap. Cohen making a major mistake going into outside zone number 1, then got a tad aggressive, giving a little punt into Gooden's car into outside zone number 5. But on phase, Gooden finished his lap. That gives a major advantage to Pat Gooden going into the second half of this battle, but he is in the chase position. Cohen needs to give him the real estate for him to have the ability to work his way through this course with no issues, survive the lap, and move on to the top 8. And here we go, second half of the battle underway. Cohen taking that lead position at 350Z, getting chased down by Gooden. Both drivers initiate, Gooden keeping a little bit of space behind the 350Z as they work their way through outside zone number 1. Cohen a little shy off the box, outside 1, as Gooden's holding his composure, keeping his space as they work their way down the hill into outside 3. Gooden starting to make his move now, seeing that Cohen's a little more confident with that 350Z working into outside zone number 4, and Gooden shuts it off. A shutdown from Pat Gooden, and it is exactly what Cohen needed, but not what Gooden wanted.
And hang on a second, because I think Cohen may have straightened in that corner as well. We're going to need to go to the replay for this. That corner was a mess.
Did I get caught staring into Pat Gooden's eyes?
I think you did.
Well.
But we forgive you.
Don't worry, Pat. That's why I'm not a judge. I was just talking to the stick.
If you guys want to pull up the live stream, you'll be able to see the side-by-side so we can take a closer look at what exactly happened in outer zone number 4.
It does appear that Gooden's car is not on, so he's either going to get out and start stripping for money, or I believe some mechanical issue has happened.
Well, now that we can see the playback, I spoke too soon. There was a correction, but it doesn't appear that Cohen straightened to go into outer zone number 4. We saw him bring in a ton of speed across the center section and maybe too much speed into outer zone number 4, which caused that correction, but was not a straight, so will not be a 0.
This would be a great time to just show a little appreciation to that guy. We like you. Make some noise for Pat Gooden and his car for coming back out to the gambler. We love to see you out here, bud.
So as we get Pat off the track here, we can explain a little bit in more detail about what's going on. The judges were able to take a closer look at that run, and it appears Cohen went tires off in outer zone number 2, resulting in a 0. So that will be 2 zeros for Cohen, and Pat will automatically get the win there if he can fix his car.
Hopefully the Pat Gooden camp can get that machine back up to snuff to get back out for the top 8. But with that all being said, Pat Gooden will get the win and move into the top 8. So once again, as he gets paraded out of here, make some noise for Pat Gooden, taking the win in the bracket in the most fashionable way I've ever seen. You won, bud. You won. Be happy. All right, it looks like we're getting our next drivers up on the line. That Pazzo Drift Miata going up against the retired FD professional, Steve Misko. Steve has been looking super solid throughout practice. Anthony always wheeling that Miata, throwing shade at those Cowboys. I'm telling you, I want to see a fist fight. A Pazzo Smoking Cowboy showdown.
Well, that showdown would have to happen in the finals. Is that a prediction, Mike? Is that a quick predict?
I'm not doing that. I'm not. That's witchcraft.
I think that's above our pay grade. We just talking to the sticks.
No, it's crystals and stuff. I can't. All right, we got Steve Misko locked into that lead position. Anthony sitting right next to him. Steve in that mismatched multi-paneled car of an S14 going up against Pazzo Drift and Miata.
The more we see him, the less red he gets.
He's slowly transitioning to understanding that the vehicle color needs to be black. Then you don't have to paint it every year. You can just rub it on stuff and you can't see it.
We can see Pat here getting a slow toe off, so as soon as we are clear and our workers are off track, we will go ahead and send those cars.
Don't forget, we also have our high roller unlimited tire class coming directly after this 235 tire class. So don't go anywhere. If you're joining us on the live stream, welcome. And this is now the second round of the Gambler. High stakes, round 2 here on the road course at Raceway Park.
And even though we are running the 235 now and then the unlimited after, both podiums will be at the end of the competition. So make sure you stick around to root for your favorite drivers and see them stand on the top of the box.
I heard to our winning drivers, you may or may not get hit with a water balloon. But here we go, Steve Misko taking that lead, going up against Anthony in the Miata right behind him. Steve initiates well before that last initiation point. Anthony in the Miata clicking in. Anthony getting a stabby. Steve maybe turning on the angle, almost shutting down the line for the Pazzo Drift Miata. Misko cleans off his lap as Anthony checks back into formation to finish off the rest of the lap here. Misko holding his composure. Anthony falling a little bit behind now with a big shove into outside 4. Misko getting nice and deep into outside 4 just like Sarah likes it. Going into outside 5, the people's pleaser. Steve doing a great job with that Pazzo Drift Miata right behind him. Anthony not trying to shake as both drivers rip past the reference point up into the bank here at Raceway Park and finish off nice and strong. A solid lead lap out of Steve Misko. Maybe a little bobble through outside 1, throwing off Anthony's line.
Yeah, well, it is the lead driver's job to put down that smooth, consistent, chaseable lead. So if it was indeed Misko's fault that Anthony did that small correction, the judges will take note of that, and that will factor into their decision.
Nonetheless, we're going to get these drivers flipped back around, swapped out. Steve Misko now taking that chase position. Anthony, that Pazzo Drift Miata, now taking that lead.
If anyone is missing a cell phone, come up to the judges' towers and describe it to us, and we will give it to you. We believe the name of the person with the cell phone is Sergio. If your name is Sergio and you're missing a phone, please come see us.
Or if we need to get rid of it, just let us know. Well, I don't want to get hit for it. All right, here we go. Second half of the battle here with that Pazzo Drift Miata. Anthony's flicking it in well before that last initiation point of Steve Misko and his S14s right behind him. Anthony doing a great job, nice and deep. That Miata hanging off the asphalt going through outside 1, giving plenty of room for Steve Misko's S14 to hang out to the door handle. Both drivers working their way down the hill. Misko doing a good job holding the proximity around Anthony's Miata as both drivers go through that first and only inside clip as they dump into outside 4. Anthony's doing a good job keeping Sarah happy, but Steve Misko right to the side of that Miata as both drivers bark into outside 5. Misko putting the pressure on now as Anthony's Miata clears out of outside 5, just dabbling over the line to go to the reference point. Misko making his move now, getting aggressive up to the bank wall. Misko right beside Anthony's Miata across the finish line.
Now that that battle is in the books, let's take a look at the live stream and take a look at them side by side so we can break it down and pick our winner.
Don't forget about our trackside bar, Sneaky Pete's. We have cocktail specials. Make sure you go over there. I suggest a pineapple payout. Also, make sure you tip your bartenders.
All right, as the judges deliberate, we can take a look at each run side by side here. I mean, I think this is a close one, maybe a few errors on each part. So the judges are definitely going to have to break this down zone by zone in order to choose their winner. You know, I would like Anthony to have been a little bit closer in the chase in the second half of that run. Misko definitely did a better job chasing towards the second half of that run, but Anthony does reel him in as they get up towards the bank turn, so that will be noted as well. Either way, they both did a great job in the lead position. Maybe Anthony ending his lead run in the bank turn just a little bit too soon, but still, this is going to be a hard one to call. And hilariously enough, that will be a one more time. I want to see both of the drivers just clean it up a little bit and allow us to choose a winner. So clean up each of those sections where they made some small mistakes.
Yeah, our judges are doing a ton of math, but they're here to judge drifting. So we want to see the best quality drifting we possibly can. So we're going to send those drivers back out for one more time. While we get those drivers resituated, we're going to jump into our top 8 battle where the Smoking Cowboys himself, Kevin Rosalski, taking the lead, going up against That's My Dad, Rich Whiteman. Both drivers work their way into outside one. Kevin doing a great job. Rich Whiteman's SR20 coupe right to the side of that V8-powered, BMW V8-powered E30 as they work their way down the hill to outside zone number 3. Rosalski doing a great job, but Whiteman's rising to the backside, almost sliding past the black bumper of the E30 as both drivers work their way through that first inside clip. Both drivers dumping to outside 4. Rich taking out the backside with a coupe as Rosalski rotates up to 5. Rich starts making his noise. Starts barking inside of Kevin's E30 as both drivers work their way through the people's corner. Rich makes his move now to the reference point, trying to clean up the real estate to make sure he has enough power to reel Kevin in across the finish line.
Rich knows that Kevin is a force to be reckoned with, so he knows he has to be super aggressive in the chase position, and that's what we saw out here today. I think that was a pretty darn good chase, but also you got to give it to Kevin. That lead run was pretty on point too. Looked very smooth in all the zones. He was where he needed to be.
Kevin, definitely a confident driver, and Rich knows that, using that to his advantage, making decisions before the corners even came, having to shove that car harder than his opponent to make sure the car lands where his opponent does. A big kudos to Rich for the ability to be able to do that, and it's also so entertaining. But now it's Rich's turn to give all the real estate to Kevin, who is no stranger of returning the favor.
All right, so the lights are out and away we go. This time, Rich Whiteman will lead and Kevin Rosalski will chase. Rosalski's going to need to put it really close to Rich to make up for that super close chase run that Rich did, and he does as they come into outer zone number 1. Rich looking super smooth at the edge of that zone, but Kevin is parking it on his door. He's super glued as they come down the hill into outer zone number 3, coming across that one and only inside clip, coming into the toughest corner on the track in my opinion, and oh boy, there it is. That is a slowdown there to get into outer zone number 4, and it looks like some contact, but it did not phase Rich one bit. Coming all the way through the people's corner, and the people are loving it as they transition across that reference point and up into that last and final outer zone. Give it up.
A solid showing from Rich Whiteman and Kevin Rosalski. Definitely a proud runs, but definitely hard for our judges as both drivers were picking stickers off of each other's cars.
There was contact there, but there didn't seem to phase Rich, so I don't know if they're going to hold it against Kevin. But the judges will take a look at that zone, and luckily we have it up side by side on the live stream so they can break it down and choose a winner. Again, that's going to be a tough choice.
It looked like Kevin made a decision before Rich did and had to make a small corrective and not stab him, which was a great save from Kevin. Hopefully in the judges' eyes, it's benefiting him and not a deficit.
And the judges do want to see aggression out of both drivers. And if that results in a little boop, it can be okay. If it throws off the lead driver's line, that's not going to be okay. So it really does come down to splitting hairs. But we do love some aggressive door-to-door driving.
The collection of machines out here have a varying amount of body panels that are both squishy or hard as nails. And you'll get to witness that as they flick it off the Raceway Park bank here. Some cars take the hit. Some cars like to get hit more.
Yeah, and we're seeing the replay here. Although we did see that contact, Rich is just absolutely smooth as butter. And if nothing else, it kind of set him up better for outer zone number 4. He looks super smooth all the way through it.
It's extra 50 horsepower.
Yeah, you're welcome, I guess.
Yeah, Ricky knows all about it. When you're slow, you get friends help.
So we do have a one more time battle on the line now, but they're going to hold off until our judges have come to a decision. But this next battle will be a one more time between Steve Misko and Anthony Marassa. We got any Miata fans in the chat here today? Let us know.
Bunch of hairdressers out here. Sorry, that was a smoking comment. It was in the chat, Pazzo. It was in the chat. Once again, thank you guys for your patience. Welcome if you are just joining us. We're here at the road course at Raceway Park for the second round of the Gambler, high stakes. This is the 235 tire class. That means that these drivers are restricted to a 235 millimeter width tire. Any brand, any choice of compound, but the width has to be a 235. Later on today, we'll have our high roller class, which is an unlimited tire. Basically, boys running around on rocket ships attached to their butts with all the tire and grip they could possibly want. Those boys are going to be battling it out right after we conclude our top 16 here of the 235.
And the judges are finished deliberating, and we do have a winner. Give it up for Kevin Rosalski. Kevin Rosalski gets the win and moves on. It was very, very, very close. The judges were deliberating for quite a while. It came down to just a few zones, specifically enough the hairpin, which the people can see the easiest, as well as the bank turn. They felt Rich was just a little shallow in the hairpin, and Kevin did a slightly better job in the chase in the bank turn. So sometimes it comes down to splitting hairs.
Oh no, they shot my dad. All right, unfortunately, that's going to end Rich Whiteman's weekend here. I don't believe he has any big tires for that horsepower monster he has.
I think he's just in the 235 class, but we had a great showing, great practice laps from Rich today. One of our favorite drivers, so.
It was super cool to watch these guys go out 3 deep during the practice laps. That's especially what we want to see during practice, because you guys aren't really paying attention or learning. Let's be honest, you're just taking the seat time.
Right. And away we go. This will be a one more time battle between Steve Misko and Anthony Marassa. Steve is leading, and Marassa will give chase as they come.
Steve, gentleman-like, bailing out. Maybe.
Is that a mischief, boys, or is that a broken car?
He can hear me. I'm sorry, Steve. I love you, Steve.
I'm not. Just kidding. No, we do love all of our drivers, and we hope that his machine is in one piece. But unfortunately, that's going to be a 0 for him. We're going to have to talk to his crew.
Definitely not how he wanted to start that one more time battle.
Definitely not. We're going to talk to his crew and see if he needs to take his 5-minute or if he's done for the day.
Ricky just laughed like he actually brought somebody with him. I'm pretty sure I saw that car parked in the middle of the grass with like a random jack next to it, and that was it. I don't think he brought anything. Did he drive it here? He street drove it here, did he?
I think
that's a man's man.
Ricky might be the crew.
Ricky, go fix it.
Unreal.
He just no. I refuse. Well, hopefully Steve's machine is okay, but unfortunately that is not going to fly in the judge's eyes. It does look like he's limping all the way back, taking his sweet time, really making me ramble. Oh, you got a text. Oh, he blew up Mikey's diff.
So he blew up someone else's part, but that does seem, I don't think he's going to take his 5 minutes. That is quite a job. So tentatively, well, we're going to have to leave it to the judges. I'm not going to speculate, but.
Unofficially, it looks like those Pazzo dudes are moving on. Anthony taking the unofficial win.
And let's make it official with the judges. Pazzo team, your driver will move on. Marassa gets the win.
We are chipping right away. We are now concluded into our top 8. We already have a single man standing in the final 4. Rosalski standing solo, waiting for his competitor. We have Chris Meyer and Colin going up next to find that final spot in the final 4.
And while we get our drivers back to the line, I'd like to give a shout out to all the dads. And my dad is in the live stream today. So, hey, Dad, happy Father's Day. Everyone say hi to my dad. Thank you, everyone. And happy Father's Day to all of the dads in attendance and watching from home. We appreciate you guys, and we love you guys.
All righty, we're going to collect our next battle. We have Chris going up against Colin. Chris piloting that E46 BMW and Colin piloting that G35. We're waiting for those gentlemen to enter the burnout box and warm up their tires. This is a call to the paddock. My 235 drivers, if you are still standing in competition, please finish up whatever repairs or maintenance that you need to do to your machine and get out to the grid immediately. It's your go time. It's battle time. As we wait for our next battle, thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park on the road course. If you are here live and in person, make sure you stop into Sneaky Pete's Trackside Bar, grab a cocktail, tip your bartender. Stop in by the grease truck, grab a snack, or wander around and say hello to your favorite drivers and their machines. And we'll be right back to the action here momentarily at round 2, high stakes of the Gambler. All right, it looks like we got Chris Meyer warming up his tires right now for that next battle, that top 4, where he's going to have to take out Colin. Already taking out Chris Knapp in the JZ1 series. Colin, with his own JZ-powered G35, now has to take out a very dialed gentleman, Chris Meyer, in that Munson built. I don't even know. Do you consider Munson built anymore? Is it still Munson built? It's Munson built.
Originally, it was Munson built.
I got a shirt signed by that guy. I'm selling it on eBay.
Since then, it is Rick's Racing Engines built engine. The chassis was originally built by the Munson man himself. So it's a collaboration.
Hey, I mean, Chris has been piloting that machine for a while now, and he's very dialed in it. It shows with all his outings here at the Gambler. Chris has always been a weapon and a threat throughout all the competitions here at Raceway Park. So I'm looking forward to him take his lead position lap, him sitting in that black E46, going up against Colin in his JZ-powered G35, now rolling up next to him, taking the chase.
I believe we had some Chris Meyer fans in the chat, so let's hear it. Who do you predict for this battle? We have Chris Meyer and Colin Crissette. Let us know who you think's going to win.
And here we go. Chris Meyer taking that lead position. Now it has to initiate well before our last initiation point, and Colin's right behind him. Colin starting to follow position now as both drivers working the outside one. Chris Meyer doing a great job getting that rear axle out through the entirety of outside one. Flicks into outside 2, but Colin shortly behind him, mimicking his transition going down the hill into outside 3 as both drivers. Colin cranks on the angle in anticipation to give room to E46 to the BMW with Chris as they work into outside 4. Colin getting a little stabby trying to close up the gap as Chris Meyer really standing on the throttle into outside 5. The hairpin, the people's corner, and Colin showing off, getting close, maybe a little offline, but has to back off a little bit to give Chris enough space to jump back up. And Colin getting aggressive, but Chris Meyer smacking the taillights off the wall. Right over the finish line.
What a run. Now, he didn't start out close, but Colin really reeled Chris in towards the end of that one there. He knows that Chris qualified higher, so therefore is the favorite to win, but he's like, I'm not going down without a fight. I'm going to put it on your door and give it all she's got, Captain.
And now they got to flip it around and do it all over again.
Yeah, Chris is an aggressive driver, too, so we saw him put down that super aggressive lead, super smooth, but we are going to need to see a nice aggressive chase out of Chris here if he wants to get the win.
Colin is no fright from doing what exactly the judges want him to do. He is an animal both in the stadium course and out here at the road course. The JZ singing, I'm assuming it's a JZ. It sounds great regardless of what it is. But it's a G35 now sitting in that lead position. Colin now has to take out somebody that's been on a box multiple times, Chris Meyer in that V8-powered E46.
And I believe both of their families are here today. So give it up to the family members of Chris Meyer and Colin Cressette. As the lights are off and away we go. This time Cressette is leading and Chris Meyer will give chase. Colin entering super early, showing his aggression right out of the gate, but Chris is not going down without a fight. He said, you're gonna door me, I'm gonna door you right back. And that is what we wanna see. Both drivers super aggressive as they come down the hill to outer zone number 3. Guys, I'm stoked, I know you're stoked. Here we go across that first and only inner clip. Chris is right on Colin's door as they come to outer zone number 5, and everyone stays out of jail. We love that. Outer zone number 4, sorry. Here we go to outer zone number 5. Colin put some tires off there, slowing down enough. Chris Meyer put it on his door as they transition over that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the hairpin. Give it up. What a battle.
A solid lap out of both of these gentlemen. Give it up for Colin and Chris as they work their way back to the grid, but now it's in the judge's hand. We're waiting for a deliberation. We just got word from his unofficial spotter team that Steve Misko is unfortunately out of competition due to a mechanical failure of breaking Mikey's diff.
Yeah, and in the meantime, the judges are going to deliberate because that was an insane battle. You know, I would say if I was one of the judges, which I'm not, the first half of that battle, Chris was just on Colin's door. But then if you put him in the opposite position, I think in the second half of the track, Colin might have done a little bit better staying on Chris's door. So, again, another tough battle. These guys came to win. They do not want to pack it up. They want finals.
If you guys aren't already, join us live on our live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube at Raceway Park. You guys can see the same side-by-side views from our drones here that our judges are using to deliberate. It's also, you get an insight to all the other action going here at the track. If you are here live and in person, I do suggest popping your phone out, checking into the live stream just to see what you're missing out on, and then check in periodically because we need help with the comments. So if you guys are here hanging out with us and you want to battle somebody in the comments, I'm here for it.
Yeah, and we just got word in the chat. Andy Kaufman says that is a VQ Turbo. How does that make you feel, Mike, of Colin's car? Maybe one of Colin's crew members can.
Well, turbos are mufflers, so I'll take it.
They have confirmed that's a VQ Turbo. Maybe
VQ Turbo.
Single turbo.
Single turbo.
You guys are wild.
You guys like tubes. Hey, she's jamming. It's a good car. You fooled me. You should have lied to me. I'm kidding. All right, so I stand corrected, Colin, with a single turbo VQ underneath the hood.
And as I have predicted previously, whenever it's that close, the judges are going to one more time, and it is official. It will be a one more time between Colin Cressette and Chris Meyer.
So now you get one more chance to make fun of me thinking that sounded like a Jay-Z.
Well, it is a different sound for sure. Like, I can't name another car out here in the field that's a single turbo VQ. I mean,
they're wild.
From our
wild,
earlobes.
You know they make Jay-Z's, right? Hey, man, it's jiving for him. He's doing a great job.
It's working.
We're going to see Colin come back out and showcase what a great job it is doing, where he has to go one more time up against Chris Meyer.
And both of those drivers are in possession of one of our tokens, another way to gamble at the Gambler. Chris Meyer is in the possession of a doubled Drift HQ token, and Colin Cressette is in possession of a doubled South Bay Fuel Injectors token. So someone's losing out on this battle.
If you guys are unaware, those chips are awarded randomly to qualifying spots. After our drivers have qualified, if they land in one of those spots, those chips now hold a cash or prize value with their respected sponsors. A big shout out to those companies that help make this an extra addition and ability to give back to our drivers possible. Those tokens, or chips as we call them, like poker chips, get doubled in value every round win. So every time a driver gets a win and moves on into our battle brackets, the value of those chips will double. If they lose, their opponent gets that chip and it resets its value. Our drivers have the ability to let it ride or take that chip home at any point. If a driver is awarded a couple $100s, they can then give gas money in their pocket, put that money down, and do their next battle. But we don't like that. A lot of dudes just let it ride, and we usually let it ride unless you tell us otherwise. If you would like to keep your let it ride chip, please contact your spotter and let the judges know so we can take it off. Otherwise, we're gambling, baby. This is the gambler, and your money's up for grabs.
Yeah, we're bullies in that regard, so you got to tell us if you're not planning to gamble at the gambler, and we will give you a hard time, but we will take the tokens off if you'd like to cash. Give you some side eye while we're doing it.
There's a ton of ways to walk away without actually winning here at the Gambler. We also have the last man standing pot, but I'll get back to that as we get back into our next battle where Chelsea DeNofa takes on Adam Daniels. Chelsea DeNofa in that Fox Body Mustang taking that lead position with Adam Daniels slow and chase. Daniels trying to clean up the proximity as now Chelsea's starting to walk away through him through outside one. E36 vert of Adam Daniels now barking at the side of the Fox Body of Chelsea DeNofa as they work down the hill. Chelsea doing a great job, nice and settled in that Mustang as they work through that first and only inside clip, putting a little bit of a position now on Daniels as they worked in outside 4. Daniels really trying to just hold the proximity, having to make a lot of angle sacrifices, but here he is barking on the side now, knowing he can be confident behind Chelsea's at Mustang, going through outside 5. Daniels really starting to put the pressure on down to the reference point, back up to the high side of reference, and a Raceway Park banner. Right click through outside zone 6 and across the finish line.
That's a gorgeous battle. Chelsea said, give me all the vert E36s. I want all of them. If they look like a truck, I'm battling them.
I mean, it's still funny to me that I know it's aerodynamics, but Daniels has to open his door when it's done a run and it has no roof. It's just silly. But nonetheless, Chelsea doing a great job in that lead position. Daniels also turning it up as the lap went on, maybe making a small battle, really figuring out how fast Chelsea was in this Mustang. Our drivers are parading the backtrack, strategically cooling down their machines, keeping the tires warm as well. They're not allowed to drift back there, but they are allowed to cruise through the back session and back up to the grid. It does create a little bit of a delay, so we accept and promote that driver because it allows that machine to survive the battles here today. But nonetheless, hurry up, boys. We're bored. Let's get back to it.
Yeah, well, it is giving the judges a chance to take a look at that run a little more closely and just make some notes in their head of which driver did well here, did poorly here. And then those drivers can also take advantage of a cool down if their machine tends to run hot. So it's kind of a win-win. And that gives us an opportunity to comment on some different driving styles and strategies. And when you get a driver like Chelsea, who one of his characteristics is just like super smooth, really confident, really committed, that's another opportunity that we saw Adam Daniels. You can dive up on his door and you know there's going to be no shenanigans.
Yeah, Daniels definitely not taking the risk factor in through outside 1, maybe getting walked away and then cleaning it up through a few zones just to get back. But then once he got there, he showcased his aggression. But it's now his turn to give all the real estate to Chelsea and his Mustang to showcase what Chelsea's capable of in the chase. But Daniels still has to click every box from the judges. So here we go. The second half of the battle here is Daniels in that E36 convertible taking that first outside zone on as Chelsea DeNofa right behind him. Both drivers click back into outside 1. DeNofa fell into position quickly right behind the E36 of Daniels. Both drivers working the outside 2. DeNofa mimicking Daniels' E36 going down the hill into outside 3. A little bit of a gap now as Daniels starting to put the power down as the Fox Body starts to bark back as the outside 4 comes into the window of Adam Daniels. Daniels doing a great job holding that box in its entirety, making Sarah very proud as Chelsea DeNofa now putting the pressure on the side of that E36. They go through the people's corner. Daniels putting the power down now. Chelsea starting to stab out, get into position up in the outside 6. Chelsea doing a great job to the side of Adams' E36 and across the finish line.
There we go. I mean, Adam Daniels also a really smooth driver, confident driver in the lead position, which in turn allowed Chelsea to just put it right on his door, showcase that he too is an aggressive driver, and was really, really close starting in outer zone number 4, which I appreciate, and was just glued to Adam's door all the way through the end of the track. So I think both drivers did a really great job there, and we're going to leave this in the hands of the judges.
Our next battle, drivers are getting their tires warmed up. Anthony and that Pazzo Miata just locking himself into that chase position, going up against the man himself, Pat Gooden, with a newly built car, I guess thrown together for a couple Northeast stuff, yeah?
That's what I was hearing, and even though he had a mechanical failure in his previous battle due to a 0 by the other driver, he did move on, and it is really nice that his crew and himself got his car fixed in time. So shout out to Pat and his crew. We love to see a car get fixed and be able to battle, so he will battle Anthony Marassa now to move on to the Final Four. And joining us in the stands is Steve Misko. Give it up for Steve. Some great driving today, some unfortunate results, but we love you anyway, buddy. Great job.
All right, we do have a winner. Chelsea Denofa and his Fox Body Mustang will walk on into the Final Four. Denofa gets the win, taking out Adam Daniels, but a hard-fought battle for Daniels after that last chance qualifier, getting all the way into the top 8 and getting taken out by none other than Chelsea Denofa.
Yeah, and everyone at home, there's also a points battle going on right now. So Adam Daniels was the points leader, and if he did get knocked out and did not get to participate in any of the top 16, he would have lost a lot more points. So he did get some points back for going this far, and that's a good thing if your strategy is the points run.
Yeah, I don't know Denofa's plans for the rest of the year. I highly suggest scumbagging him to coming do the rest of the rounds for points.
Me too.
But Daniels now with an upset, thanks to Chelsea. Yeah. Bully.
Yeah, no, we're happy to have Chelsea here, and whether or not he decides to participate in more rounds, maybe he's just here like the great Ken Gucci once said, he's just here to frick up the points, you know?
Hey, he got him now as he's sitting into the Final Four as they parade out. Make some noise for Chelsea Denofa and Adam Daniels. Daniels' 8 weekend ending, but Denofa still battling it out in our 235 class.
Now that we have a decision, we can send our next battle. Pat Gooden and Anthony Marassa. Pat will lead, and Anthony will chase. Pat is our number 3 qualifier, and he's showcasing why with a super aggressive and wide entry here into outer zone number 1. He's doing a great job filling that outer zone, coming in super quick to the second outer zone, just pouring smoke as he comes down the hill, looking super smooth and dialed like he never broke it. But Anthony is knocking on the door. He said, you're not pulling away that easy. So he's reeling them back in as they come to outer zone number 4 and do a pretty decent job. I would have liked him deeper, but you know, I'm picky. Coming into the people's corner, outer zone number 5. Pat does a great job and allows Anthony to get right on his door. Super tight tandem. That's what we like to see. Transitioning up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. And maybe he got a little bit of wall there. Was that a wall tap?
It might have been. Take it easy. Those are new to you panels, bud. All right? Gooden doing a great job in his lead position. That Pazzo Drift Miata. Anthony also doing a great job in the chase, but we're going to have to flip him back around and let him go again, where Anthony will take the lead and Pat will chase.
And we got a question in the chat whether drivers have entered the last man standing. We do have 3 drivers on the limited who have entered and 2 drivers in 235. So we're going to grab that and announce that for you guys right now.
All right, well, it looks like we already have a verdict of our last man standing in the 235 class. And that means Kevin Rosalski, the Smoking Cowboys, takes home the entire pot. That's gas money. That's steak, boys. You take the whole team out. Hibachi! Yeah.
And for everyone at home that doesn't know, it's another side bet. Again, there's a million ways to win money at the Gambler. Just between the drivers, they put money into the pool, and the top driver, you don't have to win, you just have to beat everyone else in the pool, goes home with the entire pot. The house doesn't even take a cut, Mike.
No, we don't take any dollars, even though they stopped giving me the money.
Mike does take bribes. I'm mostly kidding.
That's why I don't make decisions, but I do accept bribes. I'll exchange feet for them. It's that type of world we live in these days. All right, it looks like we're ready to get back to the second half of the battle here as the Pazzo Drift Miata of Anthony sitting in that now lead position going up against Pat in his coupe.
We have some news on this battle. Now, Anthony Marassa will need to take his 5-minute competition timeout. I believe he's having trouble with the machine, so we're going to allow him to take his 5 minutes and then get them back up to the line. We are going to run the next battle while we wait for Anthony to take his comp timeout. And it looks to be the one more time between Chris Meyer and Colin Crissette there. You can see Chris warming it up in the burnout box.
All right, if you guys are joining us on the live stream, thank you. If you are just joining us, welcome to the second round of the Gambler. High stakes. This is on the road course. Our guys are battling out. This is the 235 tire class. These guys are restricted to a 235 tire width. But don't worry if you're into the bigger stuff. We got that too. After we conclude the 235 tire class, we'll move on to our high roller. These guys are run what you're brung, unlimited tire, unlimited machine. Really just build the craziest thing you can and bring it over here. We'll let you run it.
Yeah, no rules. It's going to get interesting, I feel.
I mean, there's safety. There's
sure,
some rules.
Absolutely. The safety equipment is there. The cars do still have to pass tech, but you can have whatever you want in whatever you want.
You can have a turbo VQ,
right.
a JZ, iron block 5.3, like majority of us.
If you're insane, you can run a tire size that starts with a 3.
I'm into that. I mean, no one's brought out Hoosiers yet, but I would love to see it.
Me too. I like to see some interesting stuff.
All right, Chris now locked into that lead position. Good for that one more time battle going up against Colin. His opponent sitting right next to him, that silver G35 with a turbo VQ. All right, it looks like our judges are now ready for our one more time battle with Chris Meyer taking that lead and Colin in that turbo VQ sit and chase, waiting for our lights to illuminate on our drag tree, our repurposed drag tree. Think drag pro tree style, correct? All yellows illuminate, then green. We go for reaction time, but all these boys are slow.
It allows them to get ready, and then as soon as the lights go out and the green light illuminates, it's go. It's go time. So the only rules for the start is the lead driver has to go through a chicane. This prevents the lead driver from running away from the chase driver because, again, we want some nice tight tandems here. And with that, away we go.
And you can see the wiggle out of the lead driver working his way through the chicane as both drivers work their way into outside zone number 1. Meyer doing a great job making himself nice and deep. Colin shortly behind him. Flick into outside 2. Colin starts to snap back, starting to get stabby going down the hill. Not even a judge zone, going into outside 3. Meyer starting to crank the angle on Colin, starting to clean up that gap now, already putting himself into.
I'll pick up for you, Mike, because our mics are not working today. Here we go into outside zone number 5. Chris Meyer looking super dialed. He's got his wheel on the very edge of the zone, but Colin said, get over here. He's right on his door as they cross the reference point and up into that 6th and final outer zone. Give it up. Wow. An aggressive lead. That was an aggressive lead, and great job in the chase position by Colin Crozet sticking to the door.
All right, there we go. I'm back. Sorry, working the batteries off of this thing. All right, a great battle from both of these guys.
The judges are deliberating here. They're going to take a good look at that first run before we flip them around and get them in the opposite positions.
Colin already set in the lead position. Chris now approaching the line.
And with how aggressive we saw Colin chase, we're going to need to see an aggressive chase out of Chris Meyer as well, which we know he's capable of, but this should be exciting to see.
All right, the lights are illuminated, the green's on. Colin taking that lead in that turbo VQ G35. Getting chased down by Chris Meyer in that V8-powered E46. Both drivers initiate well before that last initiation cone. Colin doing a great job getting nice and deep in the outside 1, but Chris Meyer shortly behind the G35. Both drivers now transitioning into outside 2. Meyer mimicking the transition of Colin's G35 as they work their way down the hill into outside 3. Colin doing a great job giving the room for Chris to work as Chris starting to get aggressive now, making up for the real estate that's being played. Colin starting to put down the power now to the outside 4, but Chris Meyer can't be shook. He's right behind him as Colin's doing a great job in the outside 5. He needs to keep it out of the dirt right on the edge of the asphalt, but Chris Meyer literally barking inside his side view mirrors. Chris Meyer in the danger zone, up to the bank on the side of Colin. A little bit of a correction out of Chris to keep out of Colin's G35. A solid finish and a bolt
there it is. That we didn't get to see in the first run. Chris was on his door for that last outer zone, so great job in the chase position as well. These might be the best two chase drivers that we've seen yet today.
All right, we do have a winner. It looks like Chris Meyer's going to take the win. A hard-fought battle from Colin. Definitely love seeing Colin drive. Look forward to watching him come back out. And don't worry, we still have more battles after this. We're jumping into our final four positions here. We have one more top 8 to figure out our last man standing in the final 4. And then we have a whole nother competition to run through with our unlimited tire, the high roller class.
Yeah, Chris Meyer made out like a bandit on that one. Not only did he get the win, but he also has a Drift HQ token that doubles, and he stole the South Bay Fuel Injectors token from Colin. And that one is going to reset to its original value, but he does have an opportunity to double that one as well going into the finals, where they will pause in value.
Where he's going to have to take out Kevin Rosalski, the Smoking Cowboys himself. Definitely going to be a great battle. Not going to want to miss that. And this is just the 235 tire class. On the other side of the bracket, we got Chelsea Denofa and his Fox Body Mustang patiently waiting for the verdict between our next battle.
Yeah, as Mike said earlier, the last battle we need to run here for the top 8 is Pat Gooden and Anthony Marassa. I see his crew, Marassa's crew, returning to the stands. Hopefully that means they fix the car. We got some update that the only wrong with Anthony's car was a popped fuse, a burnt fuse. Luckily, the crew was able to sort one quickly, and he will go up to the line so he can finish Pat.
I would have pulled the top of my can off and shoved it in there.
You're welcome.
Power is power.
You're crazy.
All right, it sounds like a VQ now. A great job to Colin and his team. Thank you guys for coming out to the Gambler for round 2. This is high stakes here at Raceway Park. If you guys are just joining us on the live stream here on Facebook and YouTube, welcome. You are about to witness our final battle of the top 8 to find our last 4 standing in the 235 tire class. And then after that, we move on to our high roller, where the big dogs, the big tires with a bunch of horsepower, or not have a bunch of horsepower, come out to play. And we'll have a whole nother competition going on directly after, and then our award ceremony directly after. So make sure you guys get comfortable, grab some snacks from the grease truck, stop in to Sneaky Pete's bar, grab a cocktail, because we are not done as we jump right back into our next battle.
And away they go. Anthony will lead, and Pat Gooden will chase. Anthony comes around in outer zone number 1, and Pat is not letting him get away. If you guys remember, this is the second half of this battle. So this time, Pat is chasing Anthony down, and it's looking like he's doing a pretty good job. Anthony looking super smooth in the lead position, but Pat is right in the same proximity, consistent proximity through the whole track. As they come around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, nice job. The people are cheering. They love it. Anthony maybe leaving that zone just a little bit early, but they're transitioning over the reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Give it up.
A great drive out of Anthony, giving plenty of real estate for Gooden to work with. A little bobble going into outside 4 from Gooden from my perspective, but overall a great lap from both drivers. Now we're going to flip them around, and we're going to find out the verdict. Is it either going to... Huh? Did I flip? Don't, you guys confused me. Stop doing that, all right? Y'all mean. You're bullying me.
Yeah, that was actually their second run. So we did see
Well,
one run
can't
out of
count.
these drivers already. And at that point, Anthony had to call his competition 5. So we already saw Pat's lead run. I believe we have that up for the judges right now to refresh their memory. We saw Anthony chase, and then we just saw that in the reverse just now. So the judges are looking at both of these runs. They're going to take their time, make sure they refresh on the first run, and then hopefully they will have a winner for us, and we'll move on to the final 4.
That's why I don't do the math. I talk into the stick.
Would you like to talk into the mozzarella stick?
Our judges are deliberating. We appreciate your guys' patience. If you are here live and in person, make sure you stop in the Sneaky Pete's bar, grab your drink or the grease truck, grab your snack before we have to close them up for the day. Paige and Christopher Meyer. Paige and Christopher Meyer, you're needed in surgery. Please report to the grid. All right, we do have a winner. Our judges have deliberated, and Pat Gooden is going to get the win. Pat Gooden is going to move it on. That means he's going to go up against Chelsea Denofa and his Fox Body in the final four on the other side of the bracket. But before we get to that bracket, we're going to jump to the other side, where we have our last man standing victor, Kevin Rosalski, going up against Chris Meyer with a plethora of Let It Ride chips, battling out for the final spot in the finals. And they'll either battle Pat Gooden or Chelsea Denofa.
Chris Meyer, please report unless we have one of your that's going to call five.
Attention, Chris Meyer or spotter. Please communicate if you need to use your competition 5. If not, please report to the grid immediately. Kevin Rosalski is impatient.
All right. I believe we just heard Chris Meyer's machine fire up, so he's going to head out to the line for his battle with Kevin Rosalski. This should be an interesting one. For everyone joining us on the live stream, this is our 235 class Final Four. This is our Final Four battle between Kevin Rosalski and Chris Meyer. We will also see Chelsea Denofa and Pat Gooden do battle to decide who heads into our finals. Right now, we are doing the Final Four battles. Exciting stuff, but there's more. After this bracket is done, we will head over to the unlimited side, where we have 16 more drivers ready to do battle on their unlimited tires, which should be just as exciting. It's so much drifting in one day.
I'm definitely looking forward to watching the high roller class go out and drive those rocket ships around on whatever rubber they were allowed to find. But right now, we're going to finish up this 235 class where we have some heaters of some drivers already sitting in the Final Four. Rosalski, Meyer, Denofa, Gooden, names that are common throughout the top of competition drifting, especially around these parts. So I am looking forward to our next battle where Kevin Rosalski is now heating up his tires, waiting for Chris Meyer's E46 to follow him through.
Yeah, we can see Kevin in the burnout box doing some rollbacks to excite the rest of the Cowboys. It's a strategic maneuver. And Chris Meyer answers with his own rollback. He said, I see you and I raise you this. We got two big rollback burnout guys heading into this Final Four battle.
I don't see a single tow truck out there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hopefully we don't see any tow trucks.
All right, Kevin Rosalski taking his lead position in the Final Four battle. This is for one of the two spots in the final. Kevin has to do a lead that the judges want to see, but he has to deal with Chris Meyer barking in his windows the entire time. Waiting for our yellows to illuminate, and the green that lets our drivers take on our Raceway Park road course here at round 2 of the Gambler. And here we go. The lights are illuminated. Kevin Rosalski takes the lead. Chris Meyer to chase. Both drivers initiate in well before the last initiation point. Kevin getting out to outside 1. Chris Meyer's right there, already barking a fender in the past driver window of Kevin Rosalski's E30 as both drivers transition out to outside 2. Both drivers doing a good job as Chris Meyer's starting to showcase a little bit of a bark going down the hill into outside 3. Kevin's E30 doing a great job as he works his way through that inside and only inside clip as Meyer's still shortly behind him. Kevin definitely getting nice and deep through outside 4, but Chris Meyer barking on the side. The black paint of that E46 BMW trying to leave its mark on the side of the white BMW of Kevin. As both drivers doing a great job. Chris doing a fantastic job, giving the room for Kevin to rotate up into the final zone, and Chris Meyer with a solid chase and a lock over the final. I don't think that counts.
I think he's good. The technical rule is a spin after. He's allowed to stop after the finish line.
Now, Kevin did showcase a confident leave over the finish line, but Chris was just very close to Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin started to drive down the course a little bit, probably taking away a lot of real estate that Chris wasn't necessarily expecting. So I don't think the judge is going to weigh any sense, but I don't know how that works.
I don't think so either. He still was showcasing that he had control of his car, and I think it was just a result of being on Kevin's door in the bank turn. He didn't have a ton of real estate to be able to unwind that car, and he was already kind of positioned down towards the grass, so I'm going to give him points for a good save and flip him around, and let's see if we can chase even harder.
Even with the bobble over the line, that was a great chase lap out of Meyer. Rosalski giving all the real estate that he needed to showcase what he's capable of. Now it's time to return the favor as Chris Meyer and his VA-powered E46 is now going to take that lead position going up against Kevin Rosalski and his BMW.
And we have some word from down on grid. Our friends, our grid workers, give it up for them. They have checked Chris Meyer's car, and he has a bent tie rod. He is going to call his competition timeout and try to fix that. This seems to be a symptom. I believe he broke a tie rod. I think it was an outer last time. Rutrow. I see his crew sprinting back to the pits to try to fix this for him. So we are going to pause on this battle, allow Chris to have his competition timeout, and move over to the other side of the bracket. Let's get Chelsea Denofa and Pat Gooden warmed up in the burnout box and have them do their battle. I'm using that. We are about to find out who the king of Florida is. We have two Florida neighbor drivers who are about to head into the Final Four battle to decide who gets to go to the finals and see a BMW on the other side of the bracket.
If you are just joining us here on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park for the second round of the Gambler High Stakes. We're about to conclude or have our final battles, I should say, of our 235 tire class. Right now, we're waiting for Chelsea DeNova and Pat Gooden to approach the line for their battle. Unfortunately, Chris Meyer taking a little bit of a hit over the finish line and has to repair an outside tie rod or an inner. He has to make a repairs. We'll see the second half of that battle with Kevin Rosalski of the Smoking Cowboys in just a moment.
Yeah, and that's a symptom of being on Kevin's door. He was so close to him and in such proximity that I bet that was a wheel-to-wheel. And sometimes that's the most dangerous contact. Even a little kiss can cause some damage to the inside of that car.
Well, hopefully it's just a tie rod where it's almost designed to break at this point. Drifting is almost a contact sport in today's day and age, especially with the speeds that we're asking these guys to go. This road course here is covered with 6 outside zones and a single inside zone. So at this point, these drivers are being demanded a lot as well as their machines. The weather has been great today. We've been blessed with sunshine and a good breeze, but these drivers now are feeling the heat as they go into the finals. But these guys are chill as a cucumber. Chelsea DeNova and Pat Gooden, no strangers to competitive drifting. These guys traveled all the way up from Florida, bringing relatively new machines, at least to the Gambler, and now battling it out, I think, for bragging rights.
Pat Gooden is piloting his 6.0 Junkyard LS engine in that S13, and Chelsea is showcasing his build of an EcoBoost powered Fox Body Mustang. So some pretty different machines here, but I'm excited to see him run.
I am looking forward to watching Pat take his lead position, giving the real estate for Chelsea to work behind him. Definitely going to be entertaining, not going to want to miss it as the greens are illuminated. We have a clean start out of the chicane as Pat Gooden takes the lead and Chelsea DeNova the chase. Both drivers work their way down the road course and initiate well before that first initiation point. Pat Gooden super deep, almost deeper than Chelsea's Mustang, and Chelsea holding patiently, waiting for his chance to bite into outside zone 1 and falls into line. Both drivers transition into outside 2. Chelsea DeNova barking on the side of the S13 and Pat Gooden as both drivers work their way through outside 3. They flick, then transition almost identically through that first inside clip. Chelsea doing a good job on the backside of the bumper of the S13 of Pat Gooden, but Gooden locking in outside 4 with ease. DeNova right on the backside there, barking on the side of the coupe as they work through outside 5. Gooden doing a great job keeping it out of the dirt and on the asphalt, but Chelsea DeNova is putting that headlight of the Mustang right in the window of Pat Gooden's coupe. Both drivers work up to the outside zone. Gooden right on the wall, but Chelsea DeNova right there beside him.
Give it up. What a great battle. Pat looking super smooth in the lead, putting his car exactly where we want to see it around the course, and Chelsea just inches from his bumper on transition. Like, that is some confident driving from both of those guys. I'd love to see it.
These dudes are definitely comfortable with each other. More than confident that they're going to give themselves the drive that they want. Both gentlemen in the sport, they have been here for a very long time. They don't play games. They might be. I don't know. There is some... Yeah. There is some bragging rights on the line here, but we're going to get them flipped around, and now it's Chelsea's turn to give the real estate for Pat and let Pat play behind him. All right, our drivers have paraded back through the back course, this massive road course here. We're only utilizing the front section of it. Chelsea DeNova now in that lead position, going up against Pat Gooden in the chase.
Yeah, Pat's going to have to be pretty aggressive in the chase, and in turn, Chelsea's going to have to put his Mustang exactly where it needs to go in order to move on. Both these drivers have a lot on the line, and speaking of that, the lights are out, and they will move on. This time, Chelsea DeNova leading, and Pat Gooden giving chase. Chelsea looking super confident, entering well before the 3 of that 3-2-1 cone. He's putting his dominance out there, but Pat is not letting him get away, looking almost identical to the previous run. Pat is right on his door, and Chelsea is zooming into outer zone number 2, coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Looking super smooth and confident, transitioning over top that first and only inner clip. Pat lets him get away a little bit, but reels him in back when we head to outer zone number 4, which Chelsea does swimmingly, so he stays out of jail in my book. Nice job at outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Chelsea all the way on the edge. Pat Gooden on his door as they transition over top of that reference point and up into outer zone number 6. Give it up.
A great second half of the battle here from Chelsea DeNova and Pat Gooden. Hands out the window, both stoked on some solid, clean laps, but it is now in the judge's hand of who's going to take the win, working to one of the final spots into the finals. And we do have a winner. Chelsea DeNova takes out Gooden, working his way into the finals. Chelsea DeNova now sitting on the right side of the bracket, waiting for his opponent, where we have to finish up the battle between Rosalski and Chris Meyer.
Yeah, if I had to say, again, we're splitting hairs. We're going to the absolute minute details of the run. I think Chelsea was just a little bit more aggressive in the lead position. Pat, although he is a little symptom of the V8 car, as I like to say, super consistent, super smooth, it's not always the most exciting. So those V8 cars can get beat if someone puts down a more exciting run, which I think is what just happened. But either way, great driving by Pat. These drivers should both be super proud of their showings. We're happy to have him here at the Gambler, and Chelsea DeNova is heading to the finals against the winner of this battle right here.
As they lock themselves into the grid, Kevin Rosalski now sitting in the chase position, Chris Meyer in the lead. Chris piloting that black E46 with a V8 under the hood. Kevin Rosalski, which I believe is a BMW V8, powering that E30, the white one sitting in the chase position. Our yellows are illuminated. We have our greens waiting for Chris to give a clean start out of the chicane, and it looks like we have a clean start, so we're going into the second half of this battle as Chris Meyer takes that lead, and Rosalski now the chase. Both drivers click in the outside one. Chris doing a great job, but Rosalski's right to the side of the E46, backs off a little bit, maybe a little contact going in the exit of outside one, but Rosalski cleans it up by 2 and starts diving back into outside 3. Meyer doing a great job in the lead, doing exactly what he needs to do in the judge's eyes, going through that first inside clip, going into outside 4. Rosalski putting the pressure on Meyer now, but Meyer a confident throttle stand throughout the outside 4, getting into outside 5. He's got to keep it out of the dirt, does a fantastic job, but Rosalski's right there in his window, right onto the side of the Chris Meyer. Goes over the reference point, back up to the bank, and barks again across the finish line. Make some noise for Chris Meyer and Kevin Rosalski battling it out for that final space in the finals.
What a run. I think Chris Meyer stole one of Chelsea's Monster Energy drinks and just chugged it because he came into that run zooming. He had absolute rockets strapped on. Kevin did take a minute to get on his door, so maybe that was from Chris just bringing in the speed. Looking super fast all the way around the course, and really well done by both drivers. And while we're up here, we also want to let Pat Gooden know that he is not done for the day. We're not done seeing Pat drive. He will battle the loser of this battle right here for third. We do have the side-by-side up where we're seeing the first battle, the first half of this battle. We did take a break for Chris to be able to work on his car. He did take his competition timeout. So the judges are going to have both of these runs up that you guys should be seeing on your screens at home so they can take a look and deliberate and choose a winner. And again, we might be hanging out here for a minute because this is going to be a tough choice.
Yeah, as we're starting to conclude our 235 millimeter tire class, we already have one man standing on the other side of the finals waiting for that final person to take that spot so we can get our final battles here. We also have our third place battle. So our drivers that were in the final 4, you're not done. We do need you for your third place battle.
And we have a winner. We have a winner. Chris Meyer will be seeing Chelsea DeNova in the finals. Great driving by both drivers. Again, I think it was just that aggression that Chris came out of from the gate that just got him that little edge over. But again, we're not done seeing Kevin Rosalski drive. Kevin will go up against Pat Gooden to battle out for third. And although it is a third place battle, the winner gets to stand on the box and the loser's got to go home.
There is money to be won on the bottom section of that box, especially here at the Gambler. You still get awarded a big check, but Kevin Rosalski, unfortunately, taking the loss, putting Meyer into the finals, going up against Danova. But Rosalski already winning the last man standing with some money in his pocket. He has an extra opportunity to take home the third place winning, but he's going to have to take out Pat Gooden first. So now we're getting our final battle up onto the line. Chris Meyer rolling back in. Just roll back, bud.
We're going to give the drivers a moment since they just did battle to change their tires and get back up to the line. We'd really like Pat Gooden and Kevin Rosalski, when they're ready, up on the line so we can run the third place battle. So we are taking a quick 5 in order to let our drivers that are going into the final battle and our third place battle slap a fresh set of tires on there. It's got to be no more than 235 so that they can go into the final battle with a fresh set ready to rage.
And once we get done that finals in the 235, we jump right back into the action of our high roller class. These unlimited tire rocket ship drivers are now going to take their machines and battle out in another top 16 competition where we even have drivers playing double duty. Chris Knapp in his one series is swapping the tires on the backside, the same machine, and going to be competing in the high roller class. He's going to be paired up with guys like Josiah that comes out with that FDF S14 that is a monster of a unit, and other gentlemen like Dirk Stratton in the Corvette who are dialed and have machines to match. Jonathan Nairn is out today and is dialing himself in. There is a bunch of heavy hitters in the unlimited high roller class that I'm looking forward to watch drive.
Absolutely. Colette Davis brought her Corvette out as well, ready to party. I saw her battling with Josiah in practice today and just looking absolutely dialed, both of the drivers. So I'm really excited for Unlimited. I don't know if I can get even more excited than I am right now.
Well, we have a great final here in the 235. A man that is not shy away from the top of the box here at the Gambler, has taken home plenty of big checks himself. Chris Meyer is waiting patiently to do battle with Chelsea DeNofa. But first, we're going to try to get our third place battle up on the line to just pay respect to the time that our finalists need to repair or change their car, and then we will move on. But first, I need our third place drivers to report to the grid, or third and fourth. One of them is going to be third.
That I believe they are on grid now. So any moment we're going to go ahead and send those guys. We can see Kevin heading into the burnout box. So he's going to warm up those tires. The Cowboys are all waiting at the fence. They're nail biting down there, I think. They're ready. They want to see Kevin on the box. You guys want to see Kevin on the box? Anybody want to see Pat Gooden on the box? Come on.
This is big smoking cowboy country, huh? Geez, that was mean.
I'm going to cheer for Pat Gooden now, all right? I'm going to cheer for Pat just so he's got equal representation.
Look, they got T-shirts. I know a gang when I see a gang. All right, here we go. We got Kevin Rosalski sitting on the line waiting to take his battle against Pat Gooden. Both these gentlemen are going to be battling it out for the final position on the box, the last of the big checks.
All right, make sure you guys cheer when your favorite driver comes around outer zone number 5, the People's Corner. I want to hear you guys screaming for this first place battle. The lights are out, and away we go. Kevin Rosalski leading and Pat Gooden giving chase. Kevin enters super early, right at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cone, coming in nice and fast to the first outer zone, filling that completely, but Pat is knocking on the door, trying to reel him in. Coming into that outer zone number 2, just giving that a little touch and go as we have come down the hill to outer zone number 3. Pat is getting closer to the side of Kevin Zora as they pass that first and only inner clip and come around to outer zone number 4. Kevin doing a great job, looking smooth as he fills that zone. Slowing down for outer zone number 5. Give it up as Pat puts it on the side of Kevin's door. Transitioning over that reference point and up and into that bank turn of outer zone number 5.
A solid showing out of Kevin Rosalski in that lead position, giving plenty of real estate for Pat Gooden to play with, but now we got to flip him back around to get a verdict for this third place battle. Rosalski's now going to have to sit in that chase position and Pat Gooden to take the lead. Rosalski piloting that V8-powered BMW going up against Pat's S13 is definitely going to be a great one for the books, and this is the last spot on the box. This is the last of the big checks, and the loser here, unfortunately, goes home empty-handed.
These finals have been a mix of OG Gambler drivers and newcomers. This is Pat Gooden's first event here at the Gambler, his first showing. This is also Chelsea DeNofa's first showing at the Gambler, and they're in the finals. And they are up against 2 Gambler OGs who have Christopher's been here since the beginning, and Kevin came in, 2-3 events ago and just lit
Kevin
the place
came
on
in
fire.
heavy.
Yeah, Kevin came in hot. So these guys are no stranger to the top of the box.
All right, it looks like we
false start.
Had a false start or a hiccup.
As we were saying before, the lead driver needs to go through the chicane without hitting any cones. This is going to prevent the lead driver from pulling away from the chase driver because, as we said before, we want a nice, tight tandem. The, ch- the chase driver. The chase driver is supposed to. They can start wherever they like. They just have to give the lead driver enough space to enter, so they can't impede on the entry. That's the only rule. And we are actually getting some information that Kevin may have stalled on the start there. And Pat Gooden seems to be the epitome of sportsmanship. He's going to let him go again. If this is unfolding how I think it is, this is a great showing of sportsmanship. This is why we love drifting, because these guys that go out there, they don't want to win on a technicality. They want to beat you straight up in the run. So I'm going to give it up to Pat on this one. Great sportsmanship, and away they go.
All right, here we go. The battle underway. Pat Gooden taking that lead position. Kevin Rosalski to chase. This is for the third place. The big check. The last spot on the box as Gooden clicks in confidently, super deep into outside one, giving plenty of real estate for Rosalski to fall into line as he does. Pat Gooden doing a good job in his S13 in the lead position, going into outside two. Rosalski barking at the side, barking at that gray door on the side of Pat's car as they work their way through outside three. Both drivers transition through the first indoor clip. Rosalski on the backside of the bumper as Pat Gooden's doing a confident drive in outside four. Rosalski makes his move, starts to bite at the side of Pat Gooden's S13 as they work their way into outside five. The people's corner. Rosalski, as the Smoking Cowboys holding their side in Pat Gooden's face. Both drivers work their way out outside five over the reference point. Pat creating a little bit of gap. Kevin shoots it up into the position and finishes off nice and strong. A solid lead lap out of Pat Gooden and a showcase here out of Kevin Rosalski behind him.
Give it up for our third place battle. And if you would like to know the winner, you will have to join us at the box after the Unlimited battle. We are not sorry, okay? We're going to need you to park it and watch some drifting, and you're going to see the winner on the box at the end of the Unlimited competition.
That was just our third place battle. We still have the finals here between Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNova, and this is just our 235 tire class. We still have our high roller guys and girls to go out right after and battle it out in their own top 16. And the cool thing about the high roller class is the pot is a percentage share. So every entry into the high roller class gets a percentage denomination? I don't know, that's math. That's judge stuff. But they get basically a percentage of the pot as a total. So guys out here in the high roller, they're spending some big bucks. They're bringing out some crazy machines, but there's a ton of money on the line, especially with a full field of 16. If you would like to get signed up for any of the classes here at Raceway Park for the Gambler, make sure you get to racewaypark.com. You can get registered, get signed up for round 3, which will probably be on the stadium. I think the only reason we're not on the stadium is just to pay respect to FD's practice rules.
Yes, we have FD here at the greatest place on earth next weekend. So in order to respect that, we're having this gambler on the front track. They switch back and forth between the stadium and the front track. It's not too late. There's 3 more gamblers this year. Whether you want to come and try to do a points run or you want to come here and mess with the points like Chelsea and Pat, we'd love to have you guys out here, whether it's in the 235 class or unlimited. So.
All right, we got our finals locked and loaded on the grid. Chris Meyer sitting in that lead position behind the chicane. He's waiting for those yellow lights to illuminate, and he's got to take on Chelsea DeNova. Chris Meyer already sitting with a Drift HQ and South Bay fuel injectors, Let It Ride chips, already with some money in his pockets. Those values now lock their values. This is an opportunity for Chelsea to steal those chips at full value that Chris has accumulated through his wins here throughout the bracket of the 235.
Yeah, and we can see Chelsea employing his tactic we often see in Formula Drift, and he's starting slightly behind Chris, which he is allowed to do. As a chase driver, he can start pretty much wherever he wants within reason. And on the start, the only job is that Chris has to get through that chicane without knocking down any cones.
Now, if you guys are paying attention on the live stream or here live in person, and if you're a little confused why we didn't announce our third place winner, is because we were going to have an award ceremony for both our 235 and 285 drivers after the conclusion of both competitions. We're sending those drivers back into the paddock now to let them relax, but they're going to stress a little bit as they wait for the verdict of who actually is going to get that last spot on the box. And with that being said, we're going to jump into our final battle here. The first half, Chris Meyer taking that lead position, going up against Chelsea DeNova with the Fox Body Mustang. Both drivers click in well before that first initiation point and get into outside zone 1. Chris Meyer doing a good job checking off the checklist, trying to walk away from DeNova's Mustang, but DeNova, no stranger to a tight tandem, goes right back into position, going down the hill into outside 3. Meyer trying to run away now through the only and first inside clip, but Denofa's right to the backside of Chris Meyer. No, he's getting a confident drive out of Chris. Denofa's starting to put the pressure on as they work out of outside 4 into the people's corner. The hairpin here in front of the bleachers as Denova starts matching the angle as Chris Meyer, they exit the zone, work down past the reference point. The Mustang on the back bumper of Chris Meyer, and Meyer dumping it into the last zone, and Chelsea Denova saving it from shoving it through his side view mirror, and a great tandem.
That is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. That was an amazing run. Great, great lead run by Chris Meyer. And Chelsea DeNova, again, no stranger to battle. He's putting it on Chris's door the entire time. The second half of this battle should be wild. And to reiterate Mike's points, we are not going to be announcing winners. Not third, first, or second. So you're going to have to join us at the podium after this. And for you guys watching the live stream, we're going to bring the live stream along to the podium so you will get to see the winners as well.
We do have this wonderful place called Sneaky Pete's Bar. That's trackside. We invite you drivers to go hang out and watch the rest of the live stream in the Sneaky Pete's Bar or here live in the bleachers. Come hang out with us. We would love to have you out here and have your input in part of the stream. Honestly, let me talk to you. I'll ask you a question. If you want to sell something, sure. But come up, let's hang out as you guys watch the 285 class goes for the rest. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we still have the rest of this final, the second half, where Chris Meyer is going to now chase Chelsea DeNofa's Mustang. All right, it looks like our drivers have locked themselves into the grid. Chelsea now sitting in that lead position behind that repurposed drag tray, sitting next to Chris Meyer's V8-powered BMW, taking the chase.
The lights are on. They're going out, and away we go. This time, Chelsea DeNova chasing, and Chelsea DeNova leading, and Chris Meyer giving chase. I'm too excited, guys. Chelsea entering right at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones, coming up in the first outer zone, and Chris Meyer is putting it on his door. He said, "You're not getting the win this easily. You're going to have to fight me for it." As they come down the hill to outer zone number 3, Chelsea is zooming as fast as that thing will let him, and Chris is inches from his bumper in the center section. Great job there by both drivers. Chelsea filling my favorite zone perfectly, slowing down for that hairpin of outer zone number 5. The People's Corner, give it up. Chris Meyer on his door as he comes across the reference point and up into the bank turn, outer zone number 6. On his door.
Make some noise for Chelsea DeNova and Chris Meyer.
Now that's a final
Chris
battle.
Meyer took every ounce of confidence Chelsea had and ran with it. Chelsea gave him every bit of real estate on this track, literally laying the tire on the outside white line, and Chris Meyer was barking at the side. Just a reminder, even if our judges do come to the decision, we will not announce our winners until our award ceremony at the conclusion of both competitions here today. With that being said, this is your warning to our 285, or sorry, not 285, 235 class is now concluded. Our high roller drivers, this is your warning. Please get yourselves and your machines ready for competition. I repeat, high roller drivers, please get yourselves and machines ready for competition.
That was a really cool one. I selfishly would like to see it again, but our judges are currently deliberating. They're going to come up with a winner. If we don't have a winner, we will let you guys know if it's going to run again. But if we have a winner, we will tell you guys we have a winner, and then we're going to have to announce it at the end. So you're going to have to watch Unlimited, have a good time, grab a drink, chill out, and we'll see you at the end of the Unlimited class.
All right, if you guys are joining us on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube, thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park for the second round of the Gambler High Stakes. You're seeing here a side-by-side of our finals battle of the 235 class. Chris Meyer in that black E46 BMW getting chased down by Chelsea DeNova, and the ladder on the other side. Both these guys just threw down a heater of a final battle, and we're waiting for our judges to give the final deliberation. If we have a decision, we will not announce our winner until our award ceremony concluding our next top 16, which is our high roller class. Yes, we're not done. That was one comp. We're doing it all over again.
Great time to take a breather, grab some snacks from the grease trucks, grab a drink, chill out, and get ready because we're about to head right back into the action.
While our judges are still deliberating over our intense final battle of the 235, this is a friendly reminder to our high roller class drivers and their machines. We need you ready and get out to grid. I repeat, our high roller drivers, I need you ready and get those machines and yourselves out to the grid.
Hey, we're going to need you guys to get back to the stands, put those drinks down. This is going to go one more time, baby.
All right, you heard it officially. Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNova will whip it right back out. They're coming back out again for a one more time battle in the finals. It was too close to call for our judges, so you guys are going to have to witness it again. All right, with that one more time call, we're going to allow our drivers to change tires. Chris Meyer now parading himself back into the pits. He's going to switch off that tire. It looks like Chelsea DeNova choosing to keep the tire that he has underneath that Mustang for his next final battle. Just stay tuned here. We appreciate your patience while we get back to it. We are waiting for Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNova for a one more time in the finals of the 235 class. And after we conclude that, we're going to hop right into our high roller class, our unlimited tire, where a whole bunch of dudes and girls with rocket ships underneath their butts are ready to battle it out for the big checks.
Yeah, and speaking of the unlimited class, we're going to need our unlimited drivers to start to head out to grid. We see Kenrick Meyer already out there. We need Ben Zislin, if you can head out. I'm not sure if his Mustang is fixed, but we will give him a chance to head out if his Mustang is fixed. Alan Boss, Troy Manners, Brian Hopp, Diavia, Knapp, and Lipton. Start heading out at your leisure, guys, because as soon as we're done, as soon as we have a winner for 235, we're going to move on to your battles.
All right. If you are just joining us on the live stream, welcome. Thank you for joining us here on both Facebook and YouTube at Raceway Park. We are patiently waiting for our finalists to come back after a little tire change, after a one more time battle in this very, very heated final between Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNofa. Chelsea DeNofa piloting his Fox Buddy Mustang, going up against that E46 BMW of Chris Meyer. At this time, Chris Meyer, pitter patter, let's get at her.
We can hear Chris Meyer making his way out to grid to join Chelsea DeNofa in their one more time battle to see who's standing at the top of the box.
As always, this is your warning. You're about to miss another heated final battle between Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNofa. Make sure you tip your bartenders as you work your way back to your seats. And at the conclusion, once we have a verdict, a clear winner here in the 235 class, we're going to jump straight into our high roller classes.
It's funny because we had 16 drivers in each class. So it's basically just the same as a top 32, but the cars are much different. So kind of exciting, I think. We need Chelsea DeNofa to head out to grid. Chelsea DeNofa, if you're done changing tires, please head out to grid. We already have eyes on little C. We need eyes on big C.
Where's the pup? What a great pup.
We have a local celebrity in the stands with us. We have Pup DeNofa, behaving absolutely fantastically through the entire competition. Here to support her dad. You know, happy Father's Day to the dog dads. And I think she wants to see her dad stand on the top of the podium.
You got to take out Chris Meyer first, and you already failed once. Woo. You got to do it. So one more time.
Ruh-roh.
All right, it looks like Chelsea DeNofa is making his way back onto the grid. We're going to get Chris Meyer to warm up his tires, as well as Chelsea, to get this one more time final battle of the 235 class underway. These guys are already seeing one battle before a very, very, no pun intended, tight battle between both these guys, giving each other plenty of real estate to play with, and these guys taking no inches, leaving no inches.
Yeah, it was such a tight battle. The judges deliberated for several minutes, and they each had a bunch of different opinions on one driver shining in one situation versus another. So they decided to run it again and see if we can get someone to stand out. We're going to need you boys to send it. Do not leave this in the hands of the judges, all right?
This is where that mental structure of competitive drifting comes into play. Not only did you think you are just done with your finals battle, now you got to do it all over again like nothing ever happened. Chelsea being a veteran of the mentality that it takes in competitive drifting, but Chris is no stranger from standing on the top of the box here, so it definitely knows what it takes to be able to get it done. All right, it looks like we're going to get this one more time. Final battle underway with Chris Meyer taking that lead position, getting chased down by Chelsea DeNofa and his Mustang. Both drivers go down and they have to initiate by that third cone and initiate before even the first. Both drivers clicking the outside one. DeNofa putting the pressure on Chris Meyer's E46 now as both drivers work their way through. DeNofa showcasing great mimicry of the angle of Chris Meyer's E46 as they work through outside 2, down the hill through 3. DeNofa making that Mustang perched on the side of that E46 of Chris Meyer's. Both drivers dump it to outside 4. Meyer doing a great job checking the boxes, but DeNofa shortly behind, but a little gap. DeNofa cleans it up going into outside 5, waiting for Meyer to give him the room to step on the throttle as DeNofa starts to pinch off. Both drivers doing a great job. The Fox body literally underneath the E46 through the reference point, back up to the high bank as Meyer finishes off strong, but DeNofa writing his own name on his name card.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think Chelsea was trying to join that Mustang to the BMW via osmosis because he was so close.
Definitely, I think Chelsea got every bit of confidence that he needed to know about Chris Meyer with their first battle. Him now knowing that Chris is a great, solid, smooth driver, especially here on the Gambler courses, Chelsea was able to utilize that. Now it's Chris's turn to take that same notion, that same confidence, and put that confidence in Chelsea to be able to, honestly, rip the paint off that Mustang.
Yeah. 100%. And Chelsea's the same way. Another smooth, consistent driver, someone that you can confidently get super close to and not worry about it. So we'll hope that Chris takes a page out of that book and absolutely plants it on Chelsea's door. He's going to need to if he wants to take the win here.
Now, this is a large course here, and you can see this already with our 235 tires, that there is a ton of zones and plenty of room to make mistakes. You can't bite off more than you can chew too early. So you have to be strategic. You have to be both patient and aggressive.
We have both of our drivers on the line now. We can see that Chris is given a little bit more room than he normally does. I think his strategy is what we just said, Mike. I think we're going to try to, he's going to try to put it on Chelsea's door. The lights are on, the green lights are illuminated, and away we go. Chelsea DeNofa leading, Chris Meyer giving chase this time, and Chelsea entering super early. Like, as soon as we saw him over the hill there, screaming up top that first outer zone, and Chris Meyer absolutely planted on the side of that EcoBoost Mustang. Chris surging up to the side of his door in outer zone number 2. He said, I'm here and I am not leaving. As he comes across the center section, transitioning directly on the bumper of that Mustang. He's bringing that heat and that energy we saw out of his previous chase run as Chelsea comes zooming into that hairpin, and Chris is putting it right on his door. Give it up for the drivers through your people's corner as they transition across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Chris Meyer putting it on the door of Chelsea DeNofa as he rides that wall. Give it up.
Make some noise for your finalists here. A one more time battle. Chelsea DeNofa giving all the play and Chris Meyer taking every inch. Chelsea fist pumping out of the people's corner with Chris Meyer in tow. These guys locking eye lovingly through this course here at Raceway Park and making an incredibly difficult job for our judges here. They've already seen battle once before. This is the one more time battle. So now you're getting the side-by-side action on the live stream of this one more time battle where Chris Meyer took the lead first, Chelsea DeNofa the lead second.
The judges are deliberating as well. It looks like another really close one that they're going to come down zone by zone, start splitting hairs for who put on a better performance. But we'll let you guys know if we have a winner. And again, we're going to announce that at the podium at the very end. The live stream folks, you'll be with us on the podium to see the winners as well. But you're going to have to hang in there because we're not telling. We have a secret and we're not telling.
If you guys are joining us on the internet, make sure you guys show love and appreciation to all those sponsors that are scrolling through your screen as you're watching these amazing final runs between Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNofa. Make sure you show them some love. Also, show your drivers and your favorite machines some love. They would love to hear from you, and your support makes coming out here and destroying everything they own that much sweeter.
We have a winner. We have a winner. So what we're going to do is run into our unlimited class now. And again, we're going to let you know who finished first and who finished second as soon as we're done with the unlimited class. So we're going to give our judges a very quick break, and then we're going to get our drivers ready into the burnout box, and we'll head into unlimited class.
With that being said, our high roller class, I need you guys to get out to the grid, especially the left side of the bracket. You're technically already late. I need you guys out there immediately. For the rest of our high roller drivers, if you and yourself and machine are ready, please report to the grid immediately so we can get this top 16 for you guys started. Thank you guys for joining us here at round 2 of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. We're on the road course for the high stakes round. We just concluded our 235. We do have a winner, but we're not going to announce our winners. They'll get announced during our awards ceremony at the conclusion of our high roller comp. So that means we have another top 16 competition starting momentarily. We're going to let our judges go use the bathroom because we've been forcing them to sit up here the entire time. But they're going to quickly go down, use the facilities, and they'll be right back to the action here. And then we start off the round 2 of the Gambler, the high roller class, the rocket ships, the real tire, big horsepower, crazy animals behind the wheel. You're not going to want to miss this. Make sure you stay tuned. If you're here at Raceway Park and you've joined us for our car show segment that's on the other side of the paddock, we are announcing the winners. I repeat, the awards for the car shows are happening now.
All right, everybody, grab your drinks, grab your seats. We're going to head into the unlimited competition. And unfortunately, we have some bad news right off the bat. Ben Zislin had a pretty bad accident with his Mustang in practice. Thankfully, he is okay. We did see him do some competition earlier in 235, but that does mean that his Mustang is not ready for competition. So Kenrick Meyer will be doing a bye run. He is going to be warming up for his bye run right now. The drivers have their choice whether or not they want to take their bye. Kenrick is going to go ahead and take that bye run just to show his machine is fit for competition, and he will move on to the top 8. Enjoy this one on the house.
All right, if you are just joining us on the live stream, we're about to get started on our high roller class. These guys have no tire restrictions, no machine restrictions. There is a rule book, and majority for safety concerns, there is a slight thing they have to abide by. But otherwise, this is unlimited. Run what you brung. As we send it off with Kenrick Meyer, unfortunately taking a bye run, Ben's Mustang taking a hit throughout the practice, unable to get it back out onto the track. So Kenrick Meyer showcasing that his machine is well suited for competition here today and taking some extra data points, a little warm up, if you will, to kick off our high roller class. Kenrick Meyer taking his bye run, showcasing why he was our #1 qualifier here in the high roller with a ton of commitment into the bank by himself, having a great time. Looking forward to watching Kenrick battle his way throughout the bracket here today, but that's going to bring up our next pair of drivers. We have Alan Boss going up against Troy Manners. Both of these guys have hell of a machines. Troy had a JZ powered under his car, Alan Boss with a V8 underneath the 350. Troy Manners piloting, I believe it's an S14 with S15 pieces on it. And Alan Boss piloting that basically full carbon fiber 350Z, the Yeet Fleet 350Z, sitting in that lead position, waiting for the lights to illuminate to take the first half of his battle, going up against Troy Manners to chase. All right, and here we go, the first official battle of our high roller class. We have Alan Boss initiating in and taking the lead with Troy Manners to chase. Boss stands on the throttle, starts to put a confident drive in, but Troy Manners can't be shook. He's right behind him as they go through outside 1 and clicking to outside 2. Both these guys disappearing behind the wall of smoke as Troy Manners stabbing, aggressively surging at the side of Alan Boss's 350Z going into outside 3. Boss's front end of the 350Z takes out that front inside clip, maybe a too tight, but Troy gives him plenty of space. Troy now barks up into the people's corner, the hairpin here at the E-Town. As Alan Boss doing a great job checking through the checklist, but Troy right on the backside of the rear axle of that 350Z. Both drivers flick up into the last outside zone. Boss right on the edge, but Troy right there.
Wow, guys, that was the first battle of our Unlimited class, and that was insane. That could have been the finals. That was nuts.
Troy really cranking up the aggression through the bank. He saw that confident flick through Allen. Now knowing that confidence, he needs to take that energy and put it into his lead lap. Troy Manners now will take that lead with Alan Boss to chase.
Yeah, Alan Boss is no stranger to competition. He's been at the Gambler before, and Troy Manners is no stranger to competition either. Although a newcomer to the Gambler, he has been in Formula Drift before and US Drift before, so he's ready to ride. He's ready to resurrect that driving career.
Both these guys travel around in the various amount of competitive series and do work. They are constantly a threat no matter where they show up, and I'm looking forward to watching the second half of this battle. We have Troy Manners now sitting in that lead spot going up against Alan Boss.
The green lights are on, and away they go. This time, Troy Manners is going to lead, and Alan Boss will chase. Troy looking like he got shot out of a rocket here, entering well before that first cone of the 3-2-1 cone. He is zooming up the hill, absolutely pouring smoke. We can't even see the cars anymore. But Alan Boss is right on his door as they come down the hill to outer zone number 3. Transitioning across that first and only inner clip, taking it with him a little bit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Unfortunately, it looks like Alan Boss has messed up a little bit coming into that 4th outer zone. Both of these cars looking like they're fit for competition. They're going to still finish this lap, but I think we got a big mistake there by Boss. I think he's going to forfeit that one, unfortunately.
It looks like Alan may have got a little too happy on the left foot brake, trying to avoid contact with Troy Manners' car going into outside 4.
Yeah, that's a really tough part of the track. So the drivers gain a ton of speed through the center section. Since they don't have any outer zones, they only need to be at drift when they cross that inner clip. Technically, they're not supposed to make contact, but it's only a few points off if you do. They want you right in those 3 stripes that we can see here on the replay. So these drivers picking up a ton of speed in that center section come into outside zone number 4, which requires quite a very large slow up. And unfortunately, I think they were just zooming, and Boss was just coming in a little too hot.
So when it comes down to competitive drifting, when you're in that chase position, sometimes you have to make decisions before the driver ahead of you actually does. You're assuming, almost guessing what that lead driver is supposed to do. And that's why, as a lead driver, doing these zones is so important to give that drive to the chase. Alan chasing Manners down into outside 4. It looks like he may have just anticipated a little more momentum out of Manners, and Manners standing on the throttle, unfortunately, just bit off a little more than Alan could handle. Unfortunately, no contact. That's fortunate.
That's good.
But unfortunately, it wasn't a mistake.
Absolutely. It's good that the drivers did not make contact. Unfortunately, that's the sacrifice. Do you come in way too hot, or do you give them too much room in the center section? And, sometimes it's not the right decision. And we will make it official. We're going to give Troy Manners the win. Troy Manners will get the win. Uh-oh.
It looks like we had a hiccup on the start. Diavila's 350Z coasting.
Unfortunately, some really poor timing for Diavia. He had a failure of his diff. So unfortunately, that will be the end of the day for him today. And Hop, obviously you saw Brian Hop taking that run at the heater, showcasing that his vehicle is fit for competition and he is going to get the win there.
An unfortunate turn of events, definitely not how you guys would like to end your weekend, but hopefully we can see you guys back out here with the repairers made back out into the high roller class. It looks like we're moving and grooving and going right into our next battle with Chris Knapp going up against Lipton in his Corvette. All right, we got Chris Knapp in his 1 Series BMW moving into the burnout box to warm up his tires now. Brian's scaring him a little bit.
I think Brian was trying to get off track there so he can go take a look at his car and get ready for the next battle, but you got to wait. We got a car in the burnout box.
It's like a zipper merge.
Yeah, it is like a zipper merge.
Do you know how to zipper merge?
I do. At the point of merge, you just go one then the other. So the guy's
so proud.
Merging way too soon, incorrect, and dude's just zooming and cutting in incorrect. So 2 lanes should be full coming into
I'm so proud of you.
Ideally. Yeah. Does it ever happen in reality?
No.
I've never seen it.
All right, we're waiting for our drivers to finish warming up their tires. Lipton in that Corvette C5, I believe, is sitting there warming up his tires in the bark box as we speak, waiting on Chris Knapp, sitting in that lead position, patiently waiting for Lipton to finish up. It looks like he's going to lock himself into the grid now, waiting for the lights to illuminate on that repurposed drag tree.
Yeah, we saw Chris Knapp with the same machine earlier in the 235 competition. He swapped his tires to the unlimited class, and he's ready to rock and roll. This time, Knapp will lead, and Lipton will chase. Knapp goes ahead with a really, really speedy entry early as well, ahead of that 3-2-1 cone. Coming in nice and hot to that first outer zone. His tires all the way at the edge of the zone. Great job by Knapp there, just pouring smoke, and Lipton just fighting his way through it as they come down the hill. Lipton fighting to stay on the side of that BMW as they come across that inner clip. Chris punts that inner clip. He's coming in nice and hot to that 4th outer zone, but fills it completely. Great job. Up onto his door for outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Coming in across that reference point and transitioning up into the bank turn, outer zone number 6. Nice job, guys. Great run.
Chris Knapp definitely showcasing a great lead lap, giving Lipton plenty of real estate to play with behind him. If you guys are joining us on our live stream, you can check out the replay. Lipton a little late into outside zone 1, where Chris Knapp is locked and loaded. Transitioning out to outside 2, Lipton starts to clean up the proximity now and gets followed back into position going through outside 3. Knapp doing a great job going through the checklist. That front inside clip, no problems. Lipton's trying to chase him down to dump into outside 4. Chris Knapp did a solid job through outside 4 with Lipton shortly behind him. A great transition from Lipton to jump back into the People's Pleaser corner. Maybe a little too much bite as Chris Knapp pulls away. Lipton tries to get stabby as he hits back into position for the reference point and back up to the bank. A solid first lap out of Chris Knapp, and definitely looking forward to the second half of the battle. Now it's Lipton's turn and his Corvette to take the lead with Knapp to chase.
Yeah, Knapp's looked very, very consistent all day, even yesterday. I think from my perspective, it's got to be really tough to have the same car with 2 different sets of tires on for different parts of the competition. That would mess me up. But Knapp has shown us that he's a super consistent driver, very adaptable. So Lipton's going to have to definitely step it up here in the lead run if he wants to take the win.
Now, just as a reminder, our lead drivers have to go through our judges' checklist the best they possibly can. We're looking for 100-point leads. We want our lead driver to get in all these outside zones smoothly and confidently and make movements that are predictable between them. The chase driver, you just don't kill anybody.
Yeah, definitely not with this many witnesses.
All right, it looks like the lights are illuminated for the second half of this battle as Lipton and his Corvette is now taking the lead with Chris Knapp to chase. Chris Knapp piloting that JZ-powered 1 Series BMW. He's going to have to chase down that blue Corvette of Lipton as both drivers initiate. Lipton working his way into outside zone number 1. Clicks in a tad late, but Chris Knapp falls into position now as Lipton's going super deep through outside 1 and has to rotate out to outside 2. Lipton doing a good job. Knapp avoids outside 2 to get in the proximity to set himself up for outside 3. Lipton doing a good job keeping the wheel speed up as they work past that front inside clip into outside 4. Chris Knapp trying to close out that proximity now and fall into position where he's supposed to be as Lipton rotates that Corvette up at the People's Corner outside 5. Knapp, a little bite and a hiccup out of Chris Knapp in the chase position as Lipton floats out of the outside quarter 5 into outside 6. Both drivers keep it out of the bank wall, and Knapp a little bobble over the line, but nonetheless a clean run from both drivers.
Yeah, nice job. I think Lipton did a pretty decent job in lead, and same with Knapp in chase. We're going to get the replay up on the screen here so we can see them side by side. Lipton did have a little bit of a mistake in the first outer zone. I think that was 2 tires off, but again, our judges are going to take a closer look, and that is something that they look for. So aside from that, though, he totally saves the run. Super smooth through the center section, really smooth coming into outer zone number 4. Fills that nicely, getting all the way to the edge, so great job there. Even through the hairpin in outer zone number 5, Lipton's all the way at the edge. I feel like that's perfect execution of that zone as well. So unfortunately, just that error in the first outer zone, and Chris Knapp doing a great job of staying within proximity. So, I mean, Lipton might have even been slightly closer in the chase. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
It's definitely not making it easy for our judges today, but that's why this live stream, if you guys at home can get the same view that our judges are getting both on Facebook and YouTube, Raceway Park, we have the side-by-side, both runs running side-by-side with, of course, the event sponsors running underneath. Make sure you show some love and support to the sponsors of this series that help get our drivers out on track. Without them, our drivers would have almost no purpose to show up here.
We do have a decision. We do have a decision for that battle. The judges did take a look at it side by side, and although it was very close, they felt that Chris Knapp had just a few more errors in the chase position than Lipton did. So Lipton will get the win. Lipton will get the win.
That means our left side of our top 8 is now locked in. We got Kenrick Meyer going up against Troy Manners. On the bottom side of the bracket, we got Brian Hopp versus Lipton, who just took the win against Chris Knapp's 1 series. Our next battle, the green lights are illuminated. Looks like we got a clean start. We got Jonathan Nairn leading Grant Anderson. Both these drivers are wild men. Nairn dialing in that S14 all day, but that nitrous-powered E36 of Grant Anderson now getting walked away by the S14 of Jonathan Nairn through outside zone number 1. Both drivers transition to outside 2. Nairn doing a good job. Grant trying to make sacrifices, but Nairn's literally just pulling away with that rocket ship of a car. Grant doing everything he can. I don't think you can spray enough nitrous at that, bud. Nairn's just gone. Nairn pulling away at that outside zone just slightly, but Grant Anderson bus lengths behind him. Well, this is the high roller class, and you can run what you brung.
Yep.
Grant doesn't seem to have brought enough nitrous.
I mean, unfortunately, Grant did give him, in my opinion, too much room in the entire second half of that track, but not for nothing. Nairn did not fully fill outer zone 4 or 5. He was just at the very edge, so if I'm being picky, you know, I don't get to make the decision.
Well, this is where the advantage can come back to Grant, regardless of the speed and nature of his vehicle versus Nairn's. Nairn obviously has some horsepower and some tire underneath that machine to make it move, but Grant now has the responsibility of doing a better job at getting all the zones off the checklist. If he can get a better lead, in theory, that could give him the win.
Yeah, and exactly the same thing for Nairn. So if he can do a better chase than Grant did, now we're up in the air again. So they definitely both have their work cut out for them for this run. And while we're on this side of the bracket, we have 3 last man standing drivers all on this side of the bracket. And just to let everyone at home know what last man standing is, all of the drivers put some money in a pot, and the last man standing in the competition takes that entire pot. So exciting stuff.
All right, here we go. The second half of this battle as Grant Anderson takes the lead. Jonathan Nairn zooming in behind him. Both drivers initiate well before our last initiation point. Grant Anderson getting out to outside zone number 1. Checks into the box. Nairn just shy. He's trying to close that gap off as now he's locking into their proximity as both drivers transition to outside 2. Grant doing a good job checking off outside 2, but Naren shortly behind him as both drivers come down the hill. Grant checks off outside 3, does a great job right past that inside clip. Naren holding his proximity around Grant as both drivers dump into outside 4. Grant, a much better job through outside 4 and has to rotate up into outside 5. Grant, a solid drive through the people's corner, but Naren shortly behind him. The supercharger sticking out of the S14 of Jonathan Naren as it screams to the side of Grant's car as both drivers go up for a constant drive through outside 6.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm a fortune teller because exactly what I thought would happen happened. And Grant, I think, put down a slightly better lead as far as getting into the zones goes. That's only one part of the judging. We also have angle and style, so in that particular point would be line. So I think Grant had a better line on his lead run, but it's without question, I think Naren had a much better chase. So the judges have their work cut out for them. I'm not jealous. I'm not a judge.
No, that's why I like talking into the stick. I just calls it like I sees it.
Team talkie stick. We can just say stuff, and people have to listen.
I mean, you guys don't. You can mute me.
True.
I won't be mad at you, but you're going to miss out on some pretty mediocre stuff.
Yeah, the judges have a tough job ahead of them of deciding a winner on that battle. Of course, we always have the option to go one more time. I have seen judges give it a one more time. If they think both drivers really didn't do their best, they can't pick a clear winner, it was a little sloppy, they'll sometimes award a one more time. So we'll see what they have to say. But we're zooming through this top 16 bracket where we have our other 2 drivers, Trevor Root and Rodriguez, on the line now. Trevor Root, another driver who has money in the last man standing pot. So let's see if we have a decision.
Trevor Root's locked into that lead position with that great E36, not afraid to turn that thing into an airplane throughout outside zone number 6. He's getting chased down by Rodriguez in that Yeek Fleet 350Z behind him, or next to him. He'll take that chase position. Root holding on to that last man standing money. He wants to make sure that he gets into the next bracket. He needs to take out he needs to surpass Naren, who's also in the last man standing, and Dirk Stratton, who's on the bottom of the bracket. We have yet to see battle yet. So looking forward to watching those guys battle out for a completely sidebar that has nothing to do with the actual big checks when they win the box. So those 3 drivers have an opportunity to walk away with a couple $100 in cash just as a bonus.
All right, we do have a decision, and then we're going to send our next battle. Naren is going to get the win. Naren gets the win. Again, like we said before, the judges were splitting hairs. There was a lot of errors on both drivers' parts. They just believe that Naren put down a slightly cleaner run, slightly less errors than Grant. So he is going to get the win there and move on to our top 8.
Jumping into our next battle, we got Trevor Root in that lead position with Rodriguez to chase. The lights are illuminated. Root needs a clean exit of the chicane. Rodriguez in that 350Z right behind him. Looks like we have a clean start coming down into outside zone number 1. Both drivers initiate well before our last initiation point as Trevor Root rotates into outside 1. Rodriguez doing a good job. Now falling back a little bit as Root starts to put the power down as they rotate into outside 2. Root, a confident flick into outside 2 and down the hill into 3. Rodriguez falling back a little bit, but holding the same angle as Root, just doesn't have the same side bites as E36 does. Just as I say that, he starts cleaning up the rotation, going into outside 4. Root with a confident drive out of 4 into 5. Rodriguez doing a good job, a nice flick, but not enough momentum out of the Z to match the line placement of Root's car. As both drivers go down to the reference point, back up to the bank at outside zone number 6. Root, a nice confident line, and Rodriguez follows them through.
Yeah, give it up for both drivers. Great job there. We're going to get a replay here so we can go ahead and go over it. Root, again, with a super smooth, confident entry. Pretty good job filling outside zone number 1. Maybe leaves it just a little bit early. And Rodriguez is still within proximity until he gets down the hill here where he sort of leaves a gap. And I don't know, maybe a little error, a correction there. Some sort of shenanigans in the center section by Rodriguez as Root continues to widen that gap coming into outer zone number 5 and then transitioning across that reference point into outer zone number 6 as well. But the good news is we're going to flip those drivers around and allow Rodriguez to lead and Root to chase, and we'll see what they got.
As we say that, Rodriguez is locking himself into that lead position, sitting behind the chicane, waiting for those yellow lights to illuminate. It looks like Root has taken the long way. Maybe a stop at Wawa.
Root is seeming to be taking advantage of the second part of this massive road course here at Raceway Park. The drivers have access to the backtrack to use for cool down purposes. So we know it's a little toasty here today. Drivers might be getting a little bit warm, so they are allowed to finish the lap off with some cool down before they come back to the line.
All right, it looks like the second half of this battle is ready to go underway. The yellow lights are illuminating. Green means go as Rodriguez works his way through the chicane. It looks like we got a clean start as Root chases him down into outside zone number 1. That Yeet Fleet 350Z doing a good job getting into outside zone 1 nice and early, but Root's right there and barking back at him. Rodriguez is doing a good job, maybe leaving outside 1 a little early, but Root's following him down through outside 2, down the hill into outside 3. Rodriguez doing a good job through outside 3, needs to rotate. Root doing a great transition behind that 350Z of Rodriguez as both drivers dump into outside 4. Root really showcasing what he can do with a pair of brakes underneath the BMW as he works into outside 5. Rodriguez giving a ton of real estate, pulls away out of the zone just slightly, but Root's right there on the backside. Root's BMW right on that backside of that 350Z as they roll into outside zone number 6. And Root, a wild shutoff there.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Again, I was just about to say how good of a job Root was doing in the chase position. Obviously, Rodriguez giving Root a great run to chase. It starts with a great lead run and allows Root to get on his door, which he was most of that run until we saw a little bit of a strange situation, Root sort of falling down on the back in his chase position. So the judges have the side-by-side that you guys are seeing at home, so they're going to take a look at each of those positions and come up with a winner.
And we do have a winner. Trevor Root will get the win. Trevor Root will move on, facing battle against Jonathan Nairn.
Trevor Root's family and crew is here, and they're very excited to see him move on. He also is one of the drivers in the last man standing pot, so he will go up against Nairn, and those two, someone's getting knocked out. Someone's getting a couple bucks richer off that battle.
Definitely a great showing from the Yeet Fleet guys. Both Allen and Rodriguez have come out here multiple times and always throw down some heaters. But up next, we got our next drivers pulling up to the line. Josiah piloting that FDF S14. He's going to take the lead position going up against Colette in her Corvette.
We had the pleasure of seeing both of these drivers tandem quite a bit in practice today. They're both looking absolutely dialed, looking really good, so this should be an interesting battle to watch.
Josiah and his machine are definitely very dialed in. Colette has been working herself throughout practice to a very confident drive on the late side. Her time in seat time with Josiah throughout practice, swapping back and forth roles, a very gentleman move from both of them.
Absolutely.
To allow that to happen. But now they are both dialed in and ready to take this on.
Some of the sportsmanship that we were talking about earlier, again, I don't know another sport where you would practice with your direct opponent just to put on a better battle for the fans. Like, this is why drifting is so cool to me personally, so I love to see it.
We're no moving blankets over the hood in the pits or anything like that. Josiah's here. He's ready to take his lead lap. We're waiting for those lights to illuminate. Colette in their Corvette to chase.
The lights are on, and away they go. Josiah in his V8-powered FDF machine and Colette in her neon Corvette. Josiah entering super, super early, pouring on a ton of angle, allowing Colette to reel him in, kind of getting a little bit off course there and getting lost in the smoke. We cannot see the second driver, but there we go. A great save as we come down the hill to outer zone number 3. Both of these machines are absolutely pouring smoke. Josiah is moving through that center section, coming into outer zone number 4, doing a great job of filling that as well. As we slow up to outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, And unfortunately, Colette goes a little bit wide, but again, great save there. She transitions over that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Man, that was a fast run. That was a very smoky lead as well.
Kudos to Colette for navigating this entire course basically blind. But it really showed when she popped out of the smoke and she made her corrections and did what she needed to do, it started into a fight. When she got up here, obviously she got her Corvette into the dirt through the people's corner behind Josiah, but nonetheless, a blind run, but that lack of proximity falling into the smoke line like that is super dangerous. We've already seen cars go up into the tires today from losing sight or a mechanical failure or a combination. So kudos to Colette, but now it's her turn to smoke out Josiah as she takes the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It does lend to her confidence being able to navigate her machine through that smoke and even to make a few small errors like going off track a bit in the hairpin, but the save is what counts for me. So
that is milliseconds of reaction time to complete
Absolutely.
danger to make a decision. And those things are a learning curve. But here we go in the second half of the battle as Colette now takes the lead. Josiah clicks right to the side of the Corvette. A very confident tandem as Colette tries to fall into outside zone 1 as Josiah keeps his drip alive, starting the match in and falls into formation. Colette doing a good job into outside zone number 2, but Josiah is right on the backside of that Corvette as she rotates and checks off outside 3. Colette doing a great job through the center section here, almost pulling a gap away from Josiah's 14 as both drivers click into outside 4. She's a tad shy, but got in there late, and Josiah's really barking at the side, but Colette doing a fantastic job through the people's corner. Josiah's right on the backside. Colette standing on the throttle, making Josiah chase her up into that last outside zone. A tad shy, but a solid lap out of Colette, and a great chase out of Josiah in that FDF S14.
Yeah, great job by these absolute smoke machines. Colette is looking super, super confident and smooth in the lead position. Again, just a few errors there in the lead position, but other than that, nothing to say. And then Josiah directly on her door the entire time. That is a great battle. And it does appear that we have a winner. And Josiah Felice will advance. Josiah moves on. I think it honestly came down to just a few more errors on Colette's part with the hairpin of the people's corner, and Josiah was pretty dialed in the chase. So a great run by both drivers.
Definitely love watching Colette figure out the gamblers. Every round she's getting more and more of a weapon and a threat to the field, and she's out here in the unlimited, the high roller class with a full machine against guys that have almost decades. They're old now. They're old men.
Yeah, Reese, you're old, buddy, but we still love you.
Our next battle, warming up their tires now, we got Dirk Stratton in that Chevrolet Corvette.
And he will go up against Thiago Costa in that FRS, I believe. Yeah, that thing has a pretty deep rumble to it. It's an interesting soundtrack. And Dirk Stratton is also the third driver in the last man standing pot. So if he advances, all 3 of our drivers who put money in are still in the game. So exciting.
We're looking for our last top 8 driver here. That Oracle Lighting Corvette of Stratton pulling up to the line against Costa. And I believe it's a BRZ, or at least BRZ badges.
Okay, I'll take that. They're very close, and I'm a little blind, so from this distance, I will.
Distance?
It is the
It's like
BRZ
yards.
blue, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
no. It's a great looking car, but here we go, right into the battle as Stratton's going to take the lead and Costa the chase. Waiting to illuminate it behind the grass hill, and here we go as Stratton initiates well before the last initiation point as Costa starting to bark to the side of the Corvette. Dirk really starting to put the power down and starting to walk away from Costa's BOZ as they exit outside 1 to get into outside 2. Costa trying to stay out of the smoke line here, trying to get a confident drive to catch back up to the Stratton Chevrolet Corvette of Dirk Stratton as he works his way through the inside clip and out to outside 4. Costa with a big shove, almost too much, driving almost completely blind in Stratton's smoke, trying to keep it under control. He needs to keep a solid lap and now force a mistake out of Stratton in his next as Stratton finishes off a commanding lead lap.
Yeah, we're seeing smoke strike again. I'm pretty sure Costa got stuck in Dirk Stratton's smoke towards outer zone number 4. And I think he did catch some dirt there, saw some dirt fly in the air. But, I mean, again, good save by the driver in the chase position, essentially driving blind. We can see the replay here up on the screen. Dirk Stratton doing a great job with outer zone number 3, coming across that center section and into outer zone number 4. Now, not straight to jail, but I would have liked him to go slightly deeper there if I'm being picky. Still, he saves it, does a great job in the hairpin there, fully filling that outer zone number 5 of the people's corner, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn And unfortunately, after getting lost in the smoke there, Costa was not as close as we'd want him to be for the second half of that lap.
All right, we're going to bring him back. Stratton now has the responsibility of putting down a chase lap. He needs to chase down Costa's BRZ. Costa qualifying 11th today in our high roller class. He has to put down what we would consider a 100-point run, and I'll give the real estate for Stratton to play. But Stratton also can't make a mistake. Costa, with a big, heavy mistakes in his chase laps, are going to have to almost force a mistake out of Stratton, but he needs a smooth and confident drive in order to do that.
Absolutely. And, you know, stranger things have happened. We've seen a ton of comebacks in the Gambler history, so we're going to have to be on the edge of our seat for this one and see what these drivers can pull off.
All right, here we go. The second half of the battle now as Costa's BRZ takes the lead. Stratton's Corvette right behind him. Both drivers enter in and get into outside zone number one. Costa super deep through outside one as Stratton almost following him all the way through. Costa's getting his marbles underneath him. His work's into outside two. Stratton starting to close the gap as they run down the hill into outside three. Costa doing a good job going through the checklist now. He seems like he's got everything under control as Stratton gives him a little bit of space to dive into outside four. Costa doing a good job, a nice wide line, a little shy off outside four, but flicks back up into outside five for the People's Corner. Stratton's right behind him, though, barking at the side of that BRZ as Costa putting the power down now, trying to rotate back up to that last and outside zone, but Stratton Chevrolet Corvette right behind him.
Two clean runs. We've had clean runs all day. I'm very proud of these guys.
All right, it looks like we do have a winner. Dirk Stratton is going to take the win and take that last top 8 position. He'll go up against the FDF man himself. But we're going to pop back to the left side of the bracket. We'll have Kenrick Meyer going up against Troy Manners.
Yeah, to shed some light on that last battle you guys may still be seeing some replays of, I'm pretty sure we can all call this. It was just one extra error by Costa that really cost him the battle. But I'll be here for at least another hour. Please tell me how bad my jokes are.
All right, Kenrick Meyer is locked into his lead position, our number 1 qualifier here in the high roller class, waiting his turn to take Troy Manners down into the road course. Troy is an animal behind the wheel and is no stranger from getting down and dirty and doing exactly what he needs to do to put himself into a winning position. But Kenrick Meyer is a robot when it comes to a lead position. This dude can qualify like nobody's business. He can put down a lead, but then he's going to have to flip it back and then put it to the door of Troy. All right, here we go. We got the start of the battle as the green lights illuminate. Kenrick Meyer taking that lead position. Troy Manners to take the chase. Kenrick initiates a good dump out of Kenrick getting into outside zone number 1 as Troy Manners falls into position behind him. Both drivers standing on the throttle concluding outside 1. Troy pulls out of outside 1 a tad early to get in position for outside 2. Kenrick doing a good job down the hill, clicks off outside 2 and clicks off 3 as well. Troy trying to keep up with the VA power of Kenrick Meyer at E36 as both drivers dump into outside 4. Troy starting to bite now as Kenrick doing a good job through outside 4 as Troy now jumps to the side, maybe a little too early, but gets right back to the side of Kenrick, starts barking through his windows. Kenrick Meyer is doing a great job through the outside. Troy Manners starting to bark now as he sets himself up for an aggressive jump into a last outside zone. A bit shy and a bit shut down for Troy Manners behind Kenrick Meyer on the bank.
All right, that was an interesting. First of all, Kenrick's lead run, obviously you guys know why he was our number 1 qualifier yesterday. Super smooth, super dialed, great job there. I did see some contact coming out of the People's Corner, outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. So I don't know if because there was contact there that maybe Troy's car was slightly damaged, which is why he pulled out of drift in the bank turn.
Well, if you're not already tuned into the live stream at home, I'm watching it. You should watch it. It's Park on both Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you guys tune in. You can see the exact same drone footage and side-by-side replays myself and our judges are using. And it looks like Troy it may have shut off. It may have lost power.
Some sort of mechanical failure, potentially due to that contact point, but we'll not be sure. We're going to make sure the drivers are cool to continue, and then we're going to flip them around and allow them to do battle in the opposite position.
It looks like, in my opinion, Troy didn't have enough feet for the pedals that his brain wanted. It looks like Troy bit up, maybe had to make a small correction and couldn't get back over to make the turbo on that car come back up. I'm not a big advocate of V8s, but that's why you drive a V8.
I think Troy did an absolutely fantastic job in the chase up until that point. Super aggressive. You could see him diving down on Kenrick in outer zone number 2. And, you know, sometimes we just throw it up there and hope it sticks, and it just doesn't. So it happens in drifting.
I mean, I've been talking about it all day. You have to be pre-active. You have to be already making decisions of where you think that driver is going to be, and then hold yourself back with patience. But that is a very, very difficult skill to achieve, but this is where the place to do it. This is the seat time. Make you guys sign up for the Raceway Park Gambler Series, both the 235 class and here at the High Rollers. And here's the second half of this battle as Troy Manners now takes the lead as Kenrick Meyer has to chase him down. Both drivers coming into outside zone number 1. Troy smacks back on the throttle, really sits that car back down through its outside zone and starts pulling away. Kenrick Meyer in the smoke, pops out a little late, trying to find out where Troy went as Troy's navigating down the hill here. Kenrick Meyer is trying to do his damnedest to get to the side of the Troy Manners S14 as both drivers work into outside 4. Troy avoiding outside 4, getting in late as Kenrick, holding his patience, jumps through the smoke through the people's corner. Kenrick doing a great job behind Troy, is now standing on the throttle, rotates back down to reference point, back up to that last final zone. A big shove out of Manor, a great shove out of Manor. And Kenrick with a safe chase behind.
Yeah, absolutely great lead run by again. In my personal corner, I would have liked him to be a little deeper in outer zone number 4, but you can tell that he left it all on the track. Super aggressive, super smoky run, trying to grab that lead, but I don't know if it'll be enough to get him the win.
And it's not officially. Kenrick Meyer is going to move on to the final 4. Kenrick Meyer gets the win, taking out Troy Manners. Our next battle up on the line, Lipton in his Corvette is going to be chasing down the man himself, Brian Hopp.
Brian Hopp qualifying 4th yesterday. He will lead in this battle, and Lipton will chase. We can see Hopp warming up the tires of that absolutely gnarly machine in the burnout box right now.
All right, it looks like Brian Hopp has got his machine warmed up and ready. He's locking himself into his lead position behind the chicane, waiting for Lipton to finish warming up his tires in his Corvette, and we'll get this top 8 battle underway. We're looking for our second of the final 4 going against battle with Kenrick Meyer. The winner here will have to take on Kenny in the next set of brackets. And it looks like Lipton is done warming up his tires and locking himself into the chase position where Brian is patiently waiting to take him down into the chute. All right, the lights are illuminated and green means go as Brian Hopp takes the lead out of the chicane. Lipton in his Corvette to chase. Brian Hopp blazing down, pulling away from Lipton's Corvette, but Lipton's starting to close it in now as they both initiate well before that last initiation point. Brian Hopp doing a good job getting into the outside zone, maybe a tad deep with one side of the axle, but Lipton right behind him sitting in the smoke trail. Brian super deep through outside 2, and Lipton trying to close out the proximity now as they roll down the hill to outside 3. Brian right past that first and only inside clip. Lipton on the outside of the track trying to chase down that monstrosity of an MA Motorsports S13. Both drivers come out of outside 4 and flick up into that people's quarter outside 5. Lipton starting to put the pressure on now as Brian starts to strive away from him. Laying down the horsepower now as Lipton's Corvette trying to just keep up, snap back to the proximity in the last outside zone. Lipton doing as much as he can to close it up, but that rocket shit of Brian Hopp is just pulling away from him. You guys can see at home, Brian Hopp initiated well before that last initiation point, and Lipton doing a great job exactly where you need to be, but you really see the mentalness of Brian Hopp's car exiting zones when it's really starting to accelerate itself. He has a massive set of tires on the backside of that thing, and Lipton's C5 Corvette, he's cheating angle. He's doing everything he can to put himself where he needs to be at the right time, but I think he just doesn't have enough machine to keep up with Brian. For you guys joining us on the live stream at home or here live in person, this is one of those things where aggression is going to save. Where that horsepower you don't have, you need to be preemptively where you should. This is a very hard battle as Brian Hopp is a veteran to doing things with cars that have absolutely no horsepower, just a plenum spacer. So now that he has a rocket ship underneath and a tool in his belt, he is fast. All right, here we go. The second half of the battle. Lipton in his Corvette now taking the chase, or the lead, I'm sorry. Lipton in the Corvette to lead, Brian Hopp to chase. Both drivers appear behind the grassy knoll here at Raceway Park, and they come down and initiate well before our last initiation point, going into outside zone number 1. Lipton doing a good job as Brian Hopp is poking the throttle. And Brian Hopp with a major shutdown. Lipton with a confident drive in front of him, but Brian Hopp, unfortunately, shutting it down. Lipton just needs to keep the car underneath him.
Unfortunate that Brian Hopp appears to be having a mechanical failure. And still look.
I believe that it may or may not be a clutch issue. I think they were diagnosing and are trying to fix that earlier. An unfortunate turn in events for Brian Hopp as he still fills outside 6.
One way or another. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We never want to let another driver move on because someone else broke. But it does happen in motorsports, especially when you have a car like Brian has that's squeezing every ounce of performance out of that thing. So unfortunately, it looks like a mechanical failure to Brian Hopp's car after outer zone number 1 is going to give him a 0 on that chase run.
I mean, unless, I'm just going to call it like I see it, unless you enjoy spending money, it seems like the 235 guys are having a better time.
I almost hate to agree with you, man. The 235 guys are jamming.
Hey, look. You got to do rocket ship stuff. You're going to blow stuff up. That's how stuff happens. But I know that Brian Hopp will get that thing dialed in and fixed, and he'll be back out here for another round of the Gambler. But unfortunately, his time here today is done, giving the win officially to Lipton.
So Lipton will see Kenrick Meyer in the final 4.
Now to the other side of the bracket. This is going to be a great battle. The rocket ship, Jonathan Nairn taking that lead position, one of the last man standing going against another last man standing, Trevor Root with that LSA supercharged V8 powered E36.
Someone's getting knocked out of the money right here. Let's go. The lights are on and away they go. Nairn will lead and Trevor Root will chase. Nairn coming in with a ton of speed, entering before that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones. Screaming up the hill for that first outer zone, but Root is right on his door as we lose him through the smoke and pick him back up again, coming down through outer zone 2 to 3. Here's where we pick up some more speed, if you can believe it, across that inner clip and out to outer zone number 4. Can he do it? He's in the zone. I'd like him to be deeper, but he's in the zone. Outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. He does a great job filling that. He actually pulls away from Trevor Root a little bit, coming across that reference point and up into the final turn.
And Nairn.
That was a weird one.
Well, he brought a ton of speed up into the bank and shoved it. And honestly, I think that was the wise choice. To instead of riding that car off today on that bank, I think he stomped on it knowing that's the only choice he had. But unfortunately, it pulled his car, because it makes a crazy amount of mechanical, away from the zone. And he did not click off outside 6, which is giving a slight advantage to Trevor Root to be able to put down a lead to be a better lead. But now Nairn behind him, he needs to do that with that thing screaming in his ear.
Yeah. This will absolutely come down to the second part of this battle because, like we said, it's not a terrible thing, but you are going to lose some points when you miss a zone like that. But like Mike said, I'd rather lose some points than total a car into that wall. That wall does not forgive at all.
Now, with that also being said, Trevor Root is no one to just give anything to. This guy will 100% hit that wall.
Yeah. I think we've watched him hit it a few times.
Yeah, he makes cars into airplanes, real aerodynamic from the back.
But hey, let's hope that he keeps it out of the wall this time. And again, he does have to make up some ground here because although he had a great beginning, he did fall back in the chase position slightly after outer zone number 4. So that will be held against him there for the chase position.
I'm definitely looking forward to watching Nairn navigate behind Trevor Root's E36 as he locks himself into the chase, as Trevor as well locks himself into the lead behind the chicane, waiting for the lights to illuminate.
Right, we have our drivers on the line. This time, Trevor Root in the lead position and Jonathan Nairn in the chase position. The lights are on and away we go. Trevor Root looking to make up for those points he left in the chase, and Jonathan Nairn looking to reel him in and out-chase Trevor Root. Here we go, leading up to the first outer zone. Trevor Root screaming up the hill, and Jonathan Nairn right on his door. As we come around to that second outer zone, we lose him in the smoke temporarily as they come absolutely zooming down to the third outer zone. Trevor Root just kissing the first part of that zone as he comes around super fast into outer zone number 4. Does a pretty good job of filling that zone, but Jonathan Nairn is absolutely knocking on the door as they come around to outer zone number 5. Trevor Root has his foot to the floor. He's really giving it all she's got, coming in up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. And that is how you do it.
Trevor Root doing a checklist, exactly what the judges need to see in the lead, and Nairn maybe a little too much bite coming down the hill and shoveling the front. We're going to have to see how it weighs in the judges' eyes. You guys at home on the live stream are seeing the side-by-side. What I was just speaking on, you can see on the right side of your screen, Jonathan Nairn chasing down Trevor Root through outside zone number 1. Root does a good job getting to outside 2. You can see Nairn leaving 2, going to 3, and a wheel straighten, almost an understeer. So much bite and momentum underneath the backside of that S14 that I think it literally just lifted the front down the hill. He lost the front wheels, and unfortunately, that could be viewed as a major mistake in the judges' eyes. But nonetheless, a great chase from Nairn for the rest of the lap.
Absolutely. These cars are just so hooked up and so ridiculous that a lot of times they're even harder to drive. So it's often we'll see these mistakes here from guys who are otherwise absolutely fantastic drivers.
Yeah, a lot of guys out here have machines that they've now shrank their spectrum of use down to the absolute performance. And you can see that there where Nairn just didn't have the ability to hold that car back anymore, or maybe a choice prior that made him have forced that hand on him. And unfortunately, that mistake is going to cost him as Trevor Root moves on, holding on to his last man standing venture, taking out Jonathan Nairn and his S14.
Here we go. We're going to send this battle as Josiah Falaise enters super early, super aggressive, but Dirk Stratton is knocking on the door of that S14 as they come around that first outer zone and transition completely lost in the smoke to the second outer zone. Dirk's doing a great job of staying on Josiah's door. Josiah is looking fast and smooth as he comes across that center section. Dirk diving into the door, maybe too hard. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Dirk's
Josiah
bad.
Still looking very smooth as he comes into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, transitioning over top of that reference point and up into outer zone number 6. Josiah nice and high, and Dirk reeling him in the end there. Uh-oh.
An unfortunate turn of events for the Dirk Stratton Chevrolet Corvette that just went through, chasing down Josiah's FDF S14. Unfortunately, a bobble out of Stratton in the chase position. You can see
again,
them.
Outer zone 4, striking again. We've said this before. That center section where the inner clip is just allows drivers to be absolutely flat out. But they do need to slow up for that 4th outer zone. So as a chase driver, how close do you stay? When do you brake?
Well, I got to give credit to Dirk where credit is due. Looking back at the replay, it looks like he went full blind chasing Josiah into 4 and unfortunately just rode it out. Closed his eyes and rode it out, but popped out at the wrong space, but then showed a ton of aggression to fix it almost before the next zone. So hopefully he got it fixed and only got deducted in a single zone, but now it's his chance to put down a textbook lead run and allow Josiah to chase.
And away they go. This time, Dirk Stratton in the lead. Josiah Falaise giving chase. Dirk has a point to prove, and he enters super early way before that first cone. Coming to outer zone number 1. He's screaming up the hill, but Josiah and his cable machine are right on his door. Coming in blind to outer zone number 2. Josiah is right there in the pocket as they come down to outer zone number 3. Dirk just kissing the edge of that zone. They're looking good as they come across that center section. Moment of truth, outer zone number 4. Great job getting in that zone, but Josiah is not giving an inch. Dirk Stratton come around outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. As they transition across that reference point and up into the bank turn, Josiah is absolutely with him still, putting out his door in the bank. Woo! Give it up.
Great chase lap out of Josiah in that FDF S14 chasing down Dirk Stratton, but let's give homage to Stratton because he gave him the real estate to play in. Josiah really barking all the way through, and it's going to pay off for him. He's going to take out Stratton. Josiah is going to officially take the win, moving on to the Final Four.
Hey, that means we also have some good news for Trevor Root and the Root team. He has officially just won the last man standing pot because he is the last man standing.
Congratulations to the Root team on taking home some extra money. Make sure you stop by after the award ceremony to collect. All right, now we have our Final Four. We're going to go back to the left side of the bracket where Kenrick Meyer, our #1 qualifier, is going to have to do battle against Lipton and his Corvette. Lipton has been walking through a couple tough battles, and he's sitting against another one where he's going to have to take out the #1 qualifier from yesterday.
We need our final 4 drivers to head up to grid. Our final 4 drivers, as soon as they're good to battle, we need them to head up to grid. Kenrick Meyer and Lipton. Oh, there he is. He was just hiding. All right, so we have Kenrick Meyer. We need Lipton up to grid, and then we will run the second part of this final 4, Trevor Root and Josiah Felice.
All right, Kenrick Meyer is back in the bark box, warming up his tires as we speak. Our #1 qualifier from earlier is going up against Lipton and his Corvette. They're going to take one of the final spots in the finals here for the big checks. This is for the opportunity to stand on top of the box for all the dollars here. The high roller class is not also special because the whole pot from these drivers' entry fees are a percentage split.
Yeah, the house gets nothing here, so as many drivers enter is as big as the purse is. And with 16 drivers here, this is the most we've ever had for the unlimited class. That's great news for the winner.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a good chunk of change as these guys are battling hard, and we have Kenrick Meyer ready to take his battle on right now, but he's going to get chased down by Lipton's Corvette. All right, the lights are illuminated as Kenrick Meyer is going to take his lead position, getting chased down by Lipton and his Corvette. Both drivers disappear behind the grass hill and reappear and initiate. There we go. Kenrick Meyer initiating into outside zone #1 as Lipton follows him down in. Kenrick gets in the box. Lipton avoiding matching the angle, trying to find his proximity to get himself into position for outside zone #2, but Kenrick Meyer is going through the checklist with ease. Lipton's trying to keep up with that V8 powered of Kenrick Meyer as both drivers go through that inside clip. Kenrick doing a good job to float out to outside 4. Lipton trying to make an aggressive move now to fall into position right behind Kenny as Kenny's doing a great job through outside 4. Lipton's right on the backside of the E36 and pops out of the People's Corner. A little too heavy a chew and a stab. Kenrick Meyer not even phased. That's my line, bud, as he rotates back up to the outside 6 and doing a great job keeping the taillights off of the wall and a solid lead lap out of Kenrick Meyer.
That's unfortunate. Was that a straighten there coming out of the hairpin? That's unfortunate. Yeah, we're going to need to see a really, really, really aggressive lead run from Lipton here. And Kenrick is going to want to chase just as close as Lipton did. We're going to take a closer look at outer zone #5 of the hairpin because I saw some shenanigans leaving that turn. I don't know what was up with those boys. So let's take another look and see if we can break it down.
Lipton literally bare missing the rear bumper of the E36. Maybe had to stay off the throttle just a bit too long and got hung up. Kenrick Meyer, unfazed, said, "Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Move."
All right, the judges are still taking a look at that run as we get Lipton back to the line so that he can lead, and Kenrick Meyer will give chase.
Waiting for our lights to illuminate as the yellows do, our green also. Lipton taking that lead position through the chicane. Kenrick Meyer now to chase as both drivers blaze down the road course here at Raceway Park for the second round of the Gambler. This is the high roller class as Lipton clicks in to outside zone number 1. Kenrick Meyer needs a fall in position as Lipton's going super deep through 1. Kenrick showing a lot of patience as he rotates and waits for Lipton's Corvette to hit 2 and go down the hill for 3. Kenrick Meyer doing a patient chase, but we'd like to see a little more aggression out of Kenrick in the chase position, and Lipton chucking it past that front inside clip. Lipton falls in position, and now Kenrick showing some aggression out through outside zone 4. Rotates behind the Corvette into the people's corner outside 5. Kenrick doing a good job. Lipton keeping it on the asphalt as both drivers doing a good job over the reference point. Lipton putting the power down. Kenrick showing some patience, giving it a little space to let Lipton give his line and fall into the spot.
Yeah, that was a great lead run by Lipton, aside from maybe one error going a few tires off in the hour zone number 1. But other than that, a great, confident lead run by Lipton. Kenrick doing an equally good job in the chase. I'm just wondering whether a few mistakes are going to decide this one.
All right, and it looks like we have an official result. A great drive out of Lipton, but Kenrick Myers will take the win. Kenrick Meyer, we'll see you in the finals.
Lipton, your day is not over yet. You will be battling for 3rd. You'll be battling the loser of the next battle, so stay close. If you need tires, get them now. We'll need you after this next battle.
Up next, our next battle for the last spot in the finals. Trevor and Josiah have been battling it out all day. Trevor walking away with a couple $100 extra thanks for the last man standing pot. Josiah taking out a couple of hard battles, and now he's ready to try to take out Trevor Tree, Mr. Airplane.
Trevor Root looks to be waiting just outside of the burnout box for his run, and Josiah should be heading to grid shortly to do battle so we can close out that other side of the bracket, and the winner of this battle will see our number 1 qualifier from yesterday, Kenrick Meyer, in the finals.
Now, if you've been hanging out all day and you might have forgotten, we still need to announce our winners and award all the big checks for our 235 tire class. Make sure after the conclusion of this top 16 here at the High Roller, we're going to do both award ceremonies for all the competitions here today at round 2 of the Gambler. Hey, Eastern Standard Time. We need you over here, bud. All right, looks like Josiah's machine is on and running and working his way out to the grid where he is getting patiently waited by Trevor Tree. Trevor Root piloting that LSA V8 supercharged E36. Him and his family built another car in preparation for his career in Prospect. Looking forward to watching him compete for the rest of the year, but right now he has to compete against the FDF man himself, Josiah, as he works his way out to the grid.
All right, we have Josiah heading up to the line so we can start sending those drivers into the burnout box so that they can do their burnouts and get up to the start line.
Just a reminder, Lipton, when you are ready, we need you back out the grid for the 3rd place battle. This is your reminder, Lipton, and when you're ready, we need you out at the grid immediately for your 3rd place battle.
All right, guys, who wants to see Josiah Fillets take the win? And where are our Trevor Root fans at?
This is Trevor Tree Country. Here we go, the first half of the battle here as Josiah takes the lead and Root to chase. Both drivers click in. Josiah with an aggressive entry well before our last initiation point as Trevor Root trying to stick it back to the door of that FDF S14 as they click off outside zone number 1. Root maybe shallowing up just a little bit to keep up with that rocket ship of Josiah's as Josiah is working his way through the checklist here, what the judges want to see. Trevor Root doing a good job following that smoke stream into outside 4, getting right to the side of that S14, being super aggressive and jumping through the smoke and right to the side of Josiah's S14 through People's Corner outside 5. Josiah is starting to put the power back down now, but Root knows exactly where he needs to be and not scared to lick a taillight off, and he follows Josiah across the finish line.
Wow, that S14 is fast. That thing is fast. So, yeah, like you were talking about earlier, Mike, Josiah is just zooming through this course, and Trevor Root did make a slight correction in outer zone number 2, shallowing up to be able to get on his door. That's just a compromise that we see chase drivers have to make here and there. And personally speaking, from experience, I think the judges would rather see Trevor Root shallow up and then try to stay with Josiah, even though he's super fast, than to be too far back for the entire run.
Well, like we stated before, there is a ton of zones out here. And just like watching Dirk Stratton almost make a mistake in one zone and fix it mere feet into the next zone is exactly what the Gambler on the road course is all about. There is 6 outsides, that single inside clip. There are 7 judged areas on this massive road course, and we're only using half of it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That means that there's a ton of spots for error, but there's also a ton of spots to gain points. So the judges do love to see drivers. Maybe they make a small error here and there, but it's also about how they save that, how they correct it, and how they come back from it. So
now, don't take anything away. You're going to stand on top of that box. You're damn near going to be perfect.
Absolutely. Yeah, Josiah's already very close to it, looking super, super fast. So Trevor's going to have to pull something out here, something good. All right, the lights are on. They are out, and away we go. This time, Trevor Root leading and Josiah Fillets giving chase. Trevor is giving it all she's got as he comes into that entry, but Josiah enters directly on his door. They're zooming as they come into the first outer zone. Trevor Root is pouring smoke, but Josiah is staying with him. He is not phased as he's just about a car length back from Trevor. They're coming down into the hill, into outer zone number 3. Trevor Root does a good job filling that and hitting that inner clip as he comes to outer zone number 4, all the way at the edge of that zone, but Josiah is directly on his door, choking up to the side of it for outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. And Trevor Root is absolutely floored as he comes across that reference point and up to the bank turn of outer zone number 6, allowing Josiah to just check up right on the side of him. Wow, that was a great battle, you guys. Give it up for both the drivers.
Definitely make some noise for both Trevor and Josiah throwing it down here. Trevor just tapping the taillight through the last section of our course here. And you can see on our live stream side by side, you can see Josiah with a confident lead lap and Trevor doing everything he can to get that E36 back to the side, where on the other side of your screen, Trevor Root doing a fantastic job in the lead, but giving all the real estate to Josiah to play with. We're going to have to leave this in the judge's hand for a final deliberation for the official result, but definitely a great drive. Trevor Root already winning the last man standing pot, already has the money in his pocket. He's looking to take the win here and go into the finals, but he has to take out Josiah first. Both these guys want the top of the box, so it's definitely going to be close.
The loser of this battle will also face Lipton for the 3rd place battle. So even whoever loses here, you still have an opportunity to stand on the box with the rest of the champions. You will just need to knock out Lipton to do it. And we have a decision. Josiah Fillets will get the win. Josiah gets the win. Trevor Root, we need you to change tires and hang around because you will see Lipton for the 3rd place battle.
At this time, Lipton, I know Root's already there, but your team is in the stands. Lipton and Root, you're needed for your 3rd place battle. Lipton and Root, you are needed for your 3rd place battle. If you guys are joining us at home on the live stream, thank you for coming and joining us here at Raceway Park for the 2nd round high stakes of the Gambler. We've respected the FD ruling to not allow any extra practice, so we're over here on the road course for this round. Next round, if you want to get signed up, make sure you get over to racewaypark.com. We're going to be in the Drift Stadium, I believe. And if not, I prefer the road course, but either way, there is a ton of action on every course here at Raceway Park. So thank you guys for joining us on the live stream. Make sure you show your love and appreciation for our event sponsors that help give opportunities for our drivers to come out here and win a ton of cash, money, and prizes, as well as the opportunity to come drive against seasoned veteran pros.
Yeah, we have everyone out here today, from grassroots guys who street drove their car here all the way up to FD drivers, current FD drivers, former FD drivers. So you don't need to be somebody to come out, but even if you are, you're welcome.
With the 2 tire classes as well, our high roller unlimited tire class, which is the competition format you guys are watching right now, and also our 235. There is a ton of options, and honestly, if you bring the tire, you can run all of it, just like Chris Knapp did. Chris Knapp ran a 235 class and the high roller class on the same car and just changed the tire diameter.
Yeah, that's a crazy move as well, because like we were saying earlier, a car with 1 tire versus a larger tire is going to feel completely different. So again, kudos to the drivers who are doing both classes, which you're totally allowed to do. I think that is a show of skill in and of itself.
You can definitely see it. It's already been shown through the high roller class how these machines are aggressive, and the slightest mistake can cost the battle for you.
Absolutely. And we're taking a look at the chat right now, and we have some comments in here, Mike, that they too favor the road course. Let's hear it, guys. Shout it out in the chat if you are a team stadium or team road course, and see what would you like to see us do next.
Once again, we thank you for your patience as we wait for our 3rd place battle drivers to come up to the grid. Lipton and Root, you're needed in surgery. If you guys are just joining us here live in person at Raceway Park or online through our live streams, thank you for joining us here at the 2nd round of the Gambler. We are in the final 4. We're in the finals. We're waiting for our 3rd place battle drivers to come up. We have a finals already between Kendrick Meyer and Josiah, the FDF man himself, over there with the leaf blower, cooling down his machine from an already hard-fought battle from his previous with Trevor Root. Now, Root is now in the 3rd place. He has to go up against Lipton's Corvette. And we're just hanging out, waiting patiently for these guys to put some new tire under the car and get back out to the grid. So once again, we appreciate your patience. Thank you once again for joining us. We appreciate you spending your time, your Father's Day with us. A big shout to all the dads out there. And if you're here, make sure you stop by Sneaky Pete's Bar, grab a cocktail, but tip your bartenders.
Yeah, we have a few stadium fans here in the chat. We have a few road course fans here in the chat as well. And then the team I'm on, personally, we also have someone who likes both just fine. And I agree.
It's quite the people pleaser you guys are.
Yeah, maybe. I'm a fan of drifting in general. Maybe that makes me a dork, but I'll proudly wear that badge.
Well, we're only in the 2nd round of the series this year. There is a points race, which already got shaken up in both classes. But now these guys are out here and they're battling it out on this road course, and we're just waiting to award all of the big checks. If you guys didn't join us for our 235 class, we haven't announced our winners. We're still waiting for the conclusion of our high roller unlimited tire class to get finished up, and then we have our award ceremony behind. Everybody hangs out, and I'm sure Josiah's child will pelt you with a water balloon. All right, I see Root making movements back behind the grid. I believe Lipton already out on the grid. Josiah also has his machine running, so it looks like we're about to get ready for the action here. So do whatever you need to do. Get back to your couch if you're at home. I don't care if you're at work. I won't tell your boss, but it's about to go down. We're about to get into the 3rd place battle and then our finals. This is for all the marbles. If you guys are unaware of the high roller class, the entry fees for these high roller drivers all go to the pot, and it's percentage split between the drivers. The 235 class has a set amount of cash award, and I believe it's $4,000 now. We're up to $4,000 for 1st place.
I believe so.
And that's just the 235 class. These guys in the high roller are competing for essentially, I believe, don't quote me, but it's 50% of the total pot. So they're taking home half if they win.
I also think that math is correct. That's going to be a big check today.
I mean, you didn't do anything. It never happened.
True. Are there any witnesses?
All right, I'm just getting word from our dudes in the sky. We got a bogey. If you're flying your own drone, we need to ask you that you land that immediately. If you take out the big drone, we're going to be very upset. So we cannot continue until you put your drone down out of the sky. We appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm sure you're getting some great footage, and thank you. But we need whoever has the unsanctioned drone to please land. The only drones we have in the sky are the drones for the live stream, and we will not continue competition until the unknown drone is clear.
All right, thank you for your cooperation. As we get back into the drifting now, we're going to have our third place battle of our high roller unlimited tire class. This is a run what you brung class as Trevor Root taking the lead and lifting the chase. Trevor Root piloting that LSA supercharged V8 E36 BMW, getting chased down by Lipton's C5 Corvette as both drivers click into outside one. Root doing a good job, maybe getting a tad deep, but then fixing his Lipton's right on the door handle. Right behind him, transitions out of his smoke line into outside 2 and down the hill into outside 3. Trevor Root doing a fantastic job getting that rear axle through the box, but Lipton's right behind him. Lipton almost making contact with the rear bumper through that first inside clip and dumping into outside 4. Trevor doing a great job as Lipton rotates that Corvette back to the backside, needs to get in position for the people's corner. Trevor Root doing exactly what he needs, but Lipton's right there. Trevor Root goes down past the reference point, back up to outside zone number 6. Doing a fantastic job in the lead, and Lipton's the short lead behind him.
Great job. Yeah, what a fantastic third place battle. Lipton looking super smooth in the chase, but Trevor Root doing what he does, which is just set it and forget it. Mr. Consistency in his LS E36. So we're going to have to flip him around and go again. It's definitely going to come down to the second battle, for me at least.
Now, this is just the third place battle. We still have our finals about to go down in our high roller class. We have Kenrick Meyer taking on the FDF man himself, Josiah Fliz. All right, as our boys parade very slowly through the backtrack, allowing their machines to cool down strategically. These things have been out here all day.
Yeah, for these guys in the final stages of this unlimited class, they have been running nonstop. So those machines are definitely getting a little toasty here in this weather, and they are more than welcome to use the back portion of this massive road course to do a quick little cool down lap before they flip it around and get back to the grid.
Already having half of this battle down. You guys are watching it at home, the replay. Trevor Root taking his lead lap with Lipton in his chase. Trevor is now locking himself into the chase position behind our repurposed drag lights, where he's waiting for Lipton's Corvette to meet him and lead him down into the road course here for the second round of the Gambler.
All right, our grid is ready. Our judges are ready. Our drivers are ready. The lights are on. The green lights are on. Let's go. This time, Lipton is in the lead, and Trevor Root will chase. Lipton bringing some speed in there, entering super early, but Trevor Root is right with him as they travel around that first outer zone. Just screaming V8s as they come around to that second outer zone, losing them in a smoke there a little bit. Trevor Root's left foot braking to stay on the side of Lipton's machine. Lipton getting super deep in outer zone number 3, coming across that super fast center section and to outer zone number 4. It's a little slowdown, but they all pull it off nicely. Trevor Root surging up to the side of Lipton as they come around the bank turn. Man, he's adjusted his tire pressure from that close as they come across that reference point and up into that last and final outer zone of the bank turn. Give it up, guys, for your first place battle, or third place battle. My bad, I'm getting excited.
We're not even done yet. That our third place battle, Lipton giving a great lead for Root. We're going to have to leave it in our judges' hand for an official result. We'll let our judges deliberate. We will not announce our winner if we do have it, but instead move on to our next battle. So once our judges have finished deliberating, we're going to bring up our next battle between Kenrick Meyer and Josiah Feliz. All right, it looks like we do have an official result, but you all are going to have to wait.
And what a delay for you to wait through than the final battle between Kenrick Meyer and Josiah Feliz. Who's Team Canada in the building? Who's rooting for Josiah? We have some Canadians. And who's Team USA rooting for Kenrick Meyer? I think it's a little bit biased being in New Jersey right now, but give it up for both drivers. We're going to get them on the line here and ready to send it in just a moment. In a hilarious turn of events, Rogue drone has crashed, but we have the remnants. You just need to see our drone pilots after the event is over. Please, after the event is over.
No, we didn't shoot it out of the air, but that's a cool concept. As we get into our final battle here, as Kenrick Meyer is going to initiate well before our last initiation point, and Josiah's right behind him. Kenny's got to get into that outside box number one. A little deep out of Kenny, but Josiah's right on the backside of him as both has to rotate into outside two. Kenrick doing a good job getting through the checklist, but Josiah's barking at the side of the E36 as they run down the hill. Kenrick doing a great job through outside three and needs to flick past that inside clip. A little bit of a gap here, but Josiah closes it up as they dump into outside four. Kenrick doing a great job, nice and deep through outside four, but Josiah is literally barking through his side windows, going into the people's corner outside five. Kenrick Meyer super deep, but Josiah right there on the side. Both V8s screaming out from the underside of that hood, and both guys jump up at the outside six. Kenrick Meyer is on the wall. Josiah right there across the finish line.
Wow, there it is, your unlimited bracket final battle. Great job in Kenrick Meyer by the lead. Looking dialed as always. That's how he got to be your number one qualifier. We've said it before. He's also Mr. Set It and Forget It with his LS BMW. But Josiah, Speed himself, is right on Kenrick's door the entire time, showing you exactly what we expect from our drivers in this chase position. So this is going to be a tough one. We're going to go to that second part of our battle here. I hope right now. Let's go.
Well, it looks like our drivers are parading themselves back up to the grid to lock themselves in their flip. Kenrick Meyer now having to take the chase after putting down a confident lead lap. Will now have to chase down the FDF man himself, Josiah, with that S14 sitting right next to him.
So Josiah will now lead, and he's going to have to be just as smooth and consistent as Kenrick, and Kenrick is going to have to put it on the door of Josiah, and away they go, screaming off the start line. Josiah already pouring smoke as he enters super early. Kenrick reeling him in as they come up the first outer zone, and Kenrick's going to have to stay close if he wants to make it through that smoke. The drivers have disappeared, but reappeared as they're coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Josiah is absolutely screaming through that center section, and Kenrick is trying to get as close as he can as they go through outer zone and transition into the bank turn. Kenrick reeling him in, putting it on his door as Josiah screams through the people's corner, and over top of that reference point, transitioning up into the bank for a last and final time. Give it up.
Make some noise for your finals here. The high roller class here, round 2 at the Gambler. Kenrick Meyer, Josiah Feliz, killing it out there. Literally smoking out the bleachers. All right, it looks like we do have a decision. That means we're going to start our award ceremony. If you guys would like to join us off the bleachers on the backside at the box, we're going to start handing out the big checks. So if you guys are in that last bracket, those last four, those final four drivers of both our 235 class and our unlimited high roller class, please work your way to our box and we'll start handing out the winnings. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, don't fret. Our drone guys are going to take care of you. You guys will get up close and personal of the entire award ceremony just behind us. Just give us quite a moment to just get everything set up, and we appreciate your patience. This would be a great time to show a little bit of love to our event sponsors on the internet. If you joined us both on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for taking time out of your Father's Day to come join us. Please stick around as we celebrate these drivers' accomplishments today. Also, make sure you tip your bartenders on your way out, and we'll be right back to the awards here momentarily. All right, sir, I got a question.
Yeah.
What are those?
What are these tires?
Yeah, what kind of tires are those? Oh, it's not working. What? It doesn't work for you? Just like. Hold on.
No soul.
Oh, you're blocking the signal. All right, come over here. Over there. All right. What kind of tire you got on the back of that thing?
Nova.
What width?
285.
A 285. Why do they look funky?
Because it's on a 9-inch rim.
Oh, it's on a 9-inch rim. All right, all right. He's giving away the science. He's giving away the science. Well, It looks like we have collected all our drivers. We're just waiting for our big checks to get written out. But while we do that, why don't you guys make a big round of applause for literally every single person that has showed up to the Raceway today. Thank you, everyone that has showed up, the media, the teams, the drivers, the staff. We appreciate every single one of you. And it looks like we have got the rest of our collection of drivers here. If you guys are joining us late on the live stream, we are going to be announcing all the results from today's competitions, both the 235 tire class as well as the high roller tire class that we just got done. We are just waiting for the big checks to arrive. They take a little time in shipping. They're very large. But once they arrive, we will announce our winners of our 235 class and then our high rollers. So once again, I know I told you already to make some noise, but show your appreciation for the drivers here, and they really worked hard. So thank you guys. With just a small moments of time, we'll award all the money. All right, it looks like our checks have arrived. All right, so we're going to start off with our 235 class third place winner.
Right here.
All right, make some noise for your third place winner here in the 235 tire class, Kevin Rosalski of the Smoking Cowboys. Come on, Kevin, drag it out there. Oh, he's got the competitor shirt on. What a bold move. Once again, some noise for Kevin on his third place finish here at round 2, high stakes of the Gambler. All right, let's move right on to the number 2 spot on the box. Both these men fought very, very hard. Both Chris Meyer and Chelsea DeNova battling it out in our 235 class here earlier today. But there can only be one winner. Hopefully I don't screw it up this time.
I'll call him out if he does. Go ahead.
And your winner here in the 235 class, make some noise for Chelsea DeNova, taking out Chris Meyer, putting him on the second spot on the box. Make some noise for both of those drivers as they threw down in multiple battles one more time to find a verdict. They're making their job, or the judge's job, very difficult. All right, once they're in position, you guys get your water balloons ready. Give him some time. His knees hurt. All right, boys. Make some noise for your winners here today of the 235 class, round 2, high stakes of the Gambler. All right. Get off the box. We got more stuff to do. All right. Oh, you guys are really loading this up. All right, kick it. Don't mind me. All right, get out of there. We got another round to do. All right, we also had another top 16 competition, our high roller. This is an unlimited tire class. This is a rung what you brung. And you can see here there's a couple rocket ships sitting next to me, and a couple rocket ships fell for some mechanical issues, but we have a winner in these classes. They're somewhere. I got ahead of myself. I don't have checks. They're shipping still. Just hold. You guys are real impatient. Look at this.
You guys have super long last names and stuff and don't know how to spell it.
Also, for our 235 winners of today, make sure that you stop into Sneaky Pete's Bar and speak with Kate before you leave. As cool as these big checks are, they're not taxable. Look at that sprinting. Also, while she's here, make some noise for Sarah, my co-host, making my job that much easier. All right, we're ready to announce our third place. No. We have our third place winner here of our unlimited high roller class. The bottom of the box, make some noise for Trevor Root in his supercharged E36. Also a notable mention, Lipton drove the shorts off of that C5 Corvette. He is standing there, nothing but New Balances. He did a great job. But that brings us down to our finals here. The winner. Yep. Double checking. Yep. All right. Our winner here at round 2, high stakes of the Gambler. Make some noise for Josiah Falaise. Also make some noise for number 2 in the box, Kenrick Meyer. Making these boys fight for it. That's a halfway decent paycheck, boys. Make some noise for your high roller winners here today at round 2 of the Gambler High Stakes. All right, go ahead, boys. Get yourself moist. All right, while our drivers are celebrating, thank you guys for joining us here at round 2 of the Gambler. We hope to see you at round 3, both online and in person. Until next time, see you guys later.